Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. May we request everyone to kindly take their seats as we start our program. Ladies and gentlemen, may we invite everyone to rise as we honor the Philippine flag with the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay.
Panghinirang, duyan ka ng magiting.
Sa manlulupi, di ka masisingil.
Sa dagat ang tulong, sa simoy at sa langit mong lugaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal.
Ang iskap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning.
Ang bituin at araw na kailan pa may di magdidilim.
Sumanang araw na buwan, aking pagsimba, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na barangay marami.
Ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated as we continue with today's celebration. Magandang umaga. Okay, I'm gonna ask you to repeat that. Let me just say this one first. In the Philippines, this is how we say good morning, because for us, saying good morning is more than just a greeting. It's our way of sharing good vibes and wishing that everyone's day is as bright and as beautiful as the sun. And looking around this room, we can already feel the energy of a truly great day ahead. Now, I would say magandang umaga, and for our foreign delegates, first time or coming back, doesn't matter. Okay, you have to say magandang umaga back to me. Let's do this, let's try. Okay. Of course, our fellow Filipinos are more than welcome to say it back to me as well. Okay, magandang umaga. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And for coming here, for showing up beautifully this morning, whether you've had your breakfast or not, you're more than welcome to clap your hands for yourselves for being here today. Thank you so much. Bright and early on a Monday morning. Now, we trust that all of you had a restful evening and enjoyed connecting with colleagues and friends at last night's welcome reception, especially to our guests who traveled from afar across the globe to be with us today. We are all so excited, nervous, anxious, and all the feelings in our hearts as we welcome you. Now, on behalf of the Presidential Communications Office, through the Freedom of Information Program Management Office, it is with great honor and pride to welcome everyone to the Global Conference for the 2025 International Day for Universal Access to Information. I think that deserves a round of applause again. Yes. Let's keep our veins alive today. My name is Jada. By the way, I'm from Magic 89.9, and I will be your master of ceremonies for this two-day event. We are going to be so close by the end of this. We are going to be exchanging numbers, social media accounts, and what have you. And now we are truly proud to host this year's celebration here in Manila, the heart of our nation. And this event would not have been possible without the unwavering partnership and collaboration with the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause, UNESCO. Thank you so much. Now, this year marks a special milestone. We are not only celebrating access to information, but also commemorating the very first decade since September 28th was declared the International Day for Universal Access to Information by the UNESCO General Conference in 2015, and then later proclaimed as well during the 74th United Nations General Assembly. Now, 10 years that brought us remarkable progress, yes, but also revealed pressing challenges in advancing the right to information as an essential part of our lives. And yet, it is these very challenges that inspire us to work harder, to innovate, and to strengthen our commitment so that access to information becomes not just a principle, but a daily reality into our lives. Now, as we look back in celebration, we must also look ahead. This year's theme is especially close to our hearts as Filipinos, where the impacts of climate change are felt every day and equally relevant to communities across the world. Our theme for 2025, ensuring access to environmental information in the digital age, speaks powerfully to our time. Here in Southeast Asia, the realities of climate change are all too familiar. Typhoons, rising seas, floods, and other risks that touch our communities and test our resilience. In this year's gathering, we will explore how timely and open access to environmental data is not just about shaping policies, it is about protecting lives, empowering communities, and giving every citizen a voice in building a sustainable future. And so, having shared just a glimpse of what awaits us over these next 2 days, I hope we've also sparked your excitement, not only in exploring the wealth of ideas and insights we will gain together, but also experiencing the warmth, culture, and hospitality that the Philippines is famous for and has to offer. To officially open our gathering and extend to us a warm Filipino welcome, we are honored to introduce a seasoned communications leader with nearly 4 decades of expertise in journalism, public relations, advertising, public affairs, and corporate communications. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now call on the Secretary of the Presidential Communications Office of the Philippines, Honorable Dave M. Gomez. Let's give him a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for that very generous introduction, and welcome everyone. Mabuhay po. To His Excellency Naraya Soprato, the ASEAN Deputy Secretary General for Community and Corporate Affairs, our partners from the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, Director Guilherme Canela, Mr. Arnold Peral, UN Resident Coordinator in the Philippines, Open Government Partnership Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Aidan Udozi. I hope I got it right. Esteemed guests from the International Conference of Information Commissioners, the Government of Ghana, the host of last year's IDUAI, my fellow public servants, our development partners, civil society leaders, and all our distinguished guests, magandang umaga po and mabuhay. On behalf of His Excellency President Ferdinand E. Marcos Jr., I warmly welcome you to the 2025 International Day for Universal Access to Information global conference here in Manila. The Philippines is honored and proud to host this year's conference, especially as we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the designation of September 28 as the International Day for Universal Access to Information. As Secretary of the Presidential Communications Office, it is my privilege to host this conference on behalf of the Philippines. As the first country in Southeast Asia to host the IDUAI, this celebration is a meaningful recognition of our continuing commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals 16.10, ensuring public access to information as a fundamental human right. The Republic of the Philippines affirms this commitment through Article 3, Section 7 of our 1987 Constitution, which recognizes the people's right to information on matters of public concern. This constitutional right was operationalized by Executive Order Number 2, Series of 2016, which established the Freedom of Information Program across the executive branch. Today, under the version of the Bagong Pilipinas campaign, or the New Philippines, we envision a government that is not only for the people, but also with the people. A government that listens, informs, and empowers its citizens. Because only with an informed citizenry can we build a truly democratic nation. Over the past 9 years, the Presidential Communication Office, through our FOI Program Management Office, has worked tirelessly to institutionalize the FOI program, from maintaining an FOI portal, expanding localization efforts, and launching nationwide capacity building programs, to continuing misinformation and disinformation, through countering misinformation and disinformation through credible and accessible public data. We continue to empower our local governments to become FOI ready, bringing FOI closer to every Filipino. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the entire PCO family for their hard work and dedication to advancing the program and promoting a culture of transparency, accountability in the Philippine government. But we know there's more to be done. The PCO, together with the Philippine Open Government Partnership, has initiated dialogues with stakeholders to refine and advance the proposed Right to Information Bill. This week, we heard the voices of Filipinos loudly clamoring for an FOI law, and I take this opportunity to urge our lawmakers, civil society leaders, and fellow public servants to come together in finally enacting the Right to Information Bill for the Philippines, one that upholds global standards and empowers our democracy. Just as an aside from my remarks, I believe within the week we'll be taking up this bill in the cabinet of our president, and we are encouraging our president to certify this bill as urgent for the passage of our Congress. So this is really a top priority for our Marcos administration. This year's theme, ensuring access to environmental information in the digital age, could not be more timely. In a nation like ours, where natural disasters are an ever-present threat, access to environmental data is not just a matter of governance, it's a matter of survival. Through technology, we must ensure that communities, especially the most vulnerable, have the information they need to stay safe, to plan, and thrive. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in meaningful dialogues on how governments and civil society can better promote environmental data transparency, harness digital technologies, and address the challenges of climate change through accurate, timely, and relevant information. The Philippines is proud to once again host the Global Access to Information community, continuing the momentum we built during the 14th edition of International Conference of Information Commissioners in 2023. These platforms are vital in strengthening international cooperation and regional solidarity for open, participatory governance. To our international guests, we are honored by your presence. May your time in our country be productive, enjoyable, and enriching. Happy 10th International Day for Universal Access to Information. May these 2 days serve as a catalyst for strengthening our shared commitment to institutionalizing genuine access to information for the people. Our sincerest gratitude to the UNESCO, our international partners, government agencies, our civil society partners for your unwavering support. Dahil sa isang bagong Pilipinas, ang bawat mamamayan ay may karapatang magtanong at makialam. Because in a new Philippines, every citizen has the right to ask and be involved. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Secretary Dave. Thank you so much for those powerful words that truly set the spirit of collaboration and shared purpose in today's celebration. Now, as we continue our program and set the tone for today's festivities, to deliver his welcome address, we are honored to welcome United Nations President Coordinator or Resident Coordinator in the Philippines, Mr. Arnaud Peral.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the promotion to President.
I know, yes. We kind of jumped the gun.
Good morning, Maohai. Great pleasure to welcome you all and to have the honor to do these opening remarks. So first, a message to Mr. Dave M. Gomez, the Acting Secretary of the Presidential Communication Office of the Philippines. Thank you so much, sir, for your welcoming remarks and welcoming us here in the Philippines. And also to Mr. Nara Soprapto, the ASEAN Deputy Secretary General for Community and Corporate Affairs. Welcome also to the Philippines. To all my colleagues from UNESCO, so great to see you here. I'm being asked to say something on behalf of the UN and UNESCO, so we save an interventions to give more time for the debate. I have a wonderful speech made by an AI, but I will not use it. It's too perfect, so I prefer to reflect on a few things. But actually, there's not one day when I'm not using an AI for something. It's so powerful. But when you ask the question, what can you do for me, and you ask, there's always an answer. But then you see the gaps also, right? Because if the information is not there, it's not out there, it's not published, then AI can invent things, but they can invent the figures, the numbers, and the analysis that is needed to be there. So I think it's a very powerful reminder of what we are celebrating today, right? Access to information, in particular environmental information in these times of digital era where we have so much powerful tools, but we have this responsibility to put the information, the quality information, and to leave no one behind in access to information. We have to publish accessible data, intercommunicable also data, not only from the executive branch, but also justice and legislative branches, local governments access also to information, and to leave no one behind, indigenous groups, youth. We have to translate also and to make accessible the data to everybody, in particular in issues so critical as environmental. We are in the Philippines, and again, thank you, sir, and thank you to President Marcos and your government for hosting this year International Day for Universal Access to Information, because there couldn't be a better country to have this debate and this discussion. A country that is on the top numbers of countries affected by climate change, affected by natural disasters, and it's a country that has pioneered so much innovations and legal frameworks and instruments to give access, real-time information to people in times of natural disasters, in terms of disaster risk reduction and responsibility. I've seen that myself. I mean, receiving messages on my phone, it starts vibrating, what's going on? And then I see there's an alert of a typhoon. So it's very timely, and it's across the board, and it's across the whole country. And I want also to take the opportunity, sir, to congratulate President Marcos for something else, because he just signed a very important new bill to be able to declare national emergency and state of emergency before the emergency arrives. So the anticipatory action bill, that as we call it, it's so important. It will give the opportunity to the country to declare an emergency up to 72 hours before. So when there's something upcoming, it could activate some public policies and information sharing, and be a lot more efficient in the response to protect lives and save lives. So in the context of this year, you know, the 10th anniversary of the IDUAI, launched by the UNESCO in 2015, like 10 years ago. It's also 10 years from the Paris Agreement. We are on our way to Berlin, to the COP30. So it's very timely to have this conversation, to have this debate, and in particular in the Philippines. The whole UN system is working towards those milestones, and obviously doing our part also in supporting the government in creating better access to information across the board in everything that we do. But we always do more. So I think it's a momentum also of reflections of our own shortcomings, of how to make sometimes more accessible what we publish, what we issue, and the data that we put out there. I'm very pleased to see my colleagues also from other countries, RCs who left their country teams to be here. So welcome to all of you, and I wish you a very pleasant debate that will help us move forward the needle in terms of information sharing, in particular on climate and environmental issues that are absolutely vital for the populations across the globe. Thank you so much, and maraming salamat po, as we say in the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peral, for those inspiring and beautiful words that certainly set the tone for today's gathering. And we hope that you lovingly look back to this moment when you do become president of, you know, whatever, wherever, however it may be. Okay, moving on. Our keynote speaker this morning brings a wealth of insight and experience to the table, or to the stage. A leader who has devoted nearly 3 decades to advancing ASEAN's mission. His work has united governments, institutions, and communities across the region, strengthening cooperation and driving meaningful development. Please join me in warmly welcoming Deputy Secretary General for Community and Corporate Affairs of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, His Excellency, Nararia Soprato.
Good morning everyone. First of all, Mr. Guilherme Canela, Director, Division for Digital Inclusion, Policies and Digital Transformation of UNESCO. Honorable Dave M. Gomez, Secretary, Presidential Commission Office of the Republic of the Philippines. Monsieur Arnold Peral, UN Resident Coordinator of the Philippines. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is great to see you, all of you here this morning. On behalf of the Secretary General of ASEAN, Dr. Kao Kim Horn, whom you originally invited, expressed his regret that he cannot be here due to prior commitment. So in this regard, I extend his deep appreciation to UNESCO and the government of the Republic of the Philippines to convening these timely and impactful conferences under the theme Ensuring Access to Environmental Information in the Digital Age. Indeed, one issue regularly discussed in ASEAN today is environmental sustainability. In Southeast Asia, we stand proudly as a region renowned for its great biodiversity, thriving communities, and rapid development. I know this because the Philippines is very famously renowned for its coral reef, as much as Indonesia. And on my personal time, I do ocean gardening across the region, dive and plant. At the same time, to the rest of the world, ASEAN is confronted by climate change. There is mass pollution, diversity, and natural disasters. In this regard, timely and accurate, accessible environment information is essential for resilient, just, and sustainable societies. Such information can help prepare for and respond to environmental harm and threats. Let me further highlight 3 instances on the importance of ensuring access to environmental information in the digital age. First, when citizens, journalists, researchers, businesses, and local authorities have access to reliable information, and water quality hazard maps, emission, biodiversity trends, and disaster early warnings, they are better equipped to make informed decisions. Second, digital technologies, open data platforms, and big data analytics expand the reach and speed at which information can be produced. At the same time, digital transition do raise questions of equity, data privacy, misinformation, and technical interoperability. Digital era has amplified risk from misinformation, disinformation, and sophisticated synthetic media such as deepfakes. This phenomena can distort public understanding of environmental conditions, undermine trust in scientific and government sources, and impede timely policy and emergency response. In this regard, ASEAN leaders and sectoral statements have acknowledged these threats and call for strengthened cooperation on cybersecurity, digital literacy, media integrity, and responsible platform behavior, measure which we must advance while safeguarding freedom of expression and privacy. This leads me to my third point, which is the usefulness to put in place laws and legal frameworks. The SDG Indicator 1610.2 remind us that laws guaranteeing public access to information are the foundation for effective transparency. The past decades has seen important progress that resulted in many states and nations and now having access to information laws, though many still lack dedicated frameworks. Rules alone are not enough. To translate principle into protection and progress, we must focus on practical, inclusive, accountable measures. In this regard, ASEAN stands ready to work with UNESCO and other UN partners, civil societies, media, academia, and the private sector to shape and implement a regional approach that reflects our realities as well as our responsibilities. Let me outline some concrete priorities where ASEAN can value add in addition to all of your expertise. 1, accelerate access information frameworks that ensure inclusive dialogue that draw on regional and international best practices. 2, ASEAN will strengthen cross-border information sharing by improving regional interoperability, data interoperability standards, promote common formats and protocols for environmental data sharing. 3, protect and enable public participation and environmental defenders. 4, invest in inclusive digital infrastructure and literacy so that all vulnerable communities, women, indigenous people, persons with disabilities, low literate population, and small island developing states all benefit. 5th, counter misinformation and uphold information integrity. 6, engage the private sector and the science communities. Many environmental data streams originate from private actors, research institutions, and commercial platforms. And finally, support the monitoring and reporting for SDG 16.2 and environmental transparency. These priorities are certainly practical, mutually reinforcing, and aligned with sustainable development. They require resources, technical assistance, and political will. ASEAN calls on UNESCO and all partners gathered here today to join for a renewable push to convert pledges, declaration, and roadmaps into an interoperable system, community-level empowerment, enforceable legal protection, and measure progress by 2030. Let us also remember that universal access to environmental information is not an abstract ideal. It directly affects lives. An accurate flood map access in time saves families, certainly, and transparent emission data shapes effective policy and corporate accountability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and with closing, I'd like to say that when people are informed, when information flows freely and reliably, societies become more resilient, responsive, and just. In the digital age, we have tools to make environmental knowledge universal. Let us join hands to ensure that by 2030, no one is left in the dark about the environment that sustains us all. And with that, I thank you for your attention and look forward for the discussion and partnership that will emerge from this conference. I look forward to working together with you. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Your Excellency, for sharing such an inspiring message, and your words truly set the stage for meaningful conversations as we continue our program. All right, building on those thought-provoking ideas, we now move on to the next part of our program. Please join me in welcoming the Chief Executive Officer of the Open Government Partnership as he shares his message with us through a pre-recorded video. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Aiden Eyakuze.
Good morning, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. Let me begin by thanking UNESCO for inviting me on behalf of the Open Government Partnership to join this important celebration of the International Day for Universal Access to Information. This annual gathering is a reminder of why access to information is both a right we must defend and a practice we must deepen. Access to information is the lifeblood of democracy. It empowers citizens to scrutinize how their public funds are spent, to demand accountability, and to strengthen trust between people and their governments. And in a world of rampant disinformation, transparency is one of the best ways to keep public debate anchored in facts. This year's focus on access to environmental information brings that truth into sharp focus. If people are to be stewards of their planet and partners in climate action, they must have access to the data, the decisions, and the policies that affect their lives. But access alone is not enough. Information without participation and accountability is like a door that opens to an empty room. For citizens to make use of what they know, governments must create and nurture genuine spaces for dialogue, and they must answer for their actions. Environmental governance, and indeed democratic governance, requires the trio of transparency, participation, and accountability. Let me give you two examples from within the Open Government Partnership. In Uruguay, the government prepared its second national climate contribution under the Paris Agreement through a truly open process, widening citizen participation, improving traceability, and opening access to key information. As a result, citizens can now track and shape their country's climate commitments. In Chile, the government is co-creating a participatory implementation plan for the Escazú Agreement. At its heart is access to environmental information, ensuring that communities most affected by environmental policies have a real say in shaping them. These are not isolated cases. They show that when openness is woven into climate policies, citizens are not passive recipients, but active drivers of solutions. That is exactly what the Open Government Partnership was designed to do: bring governments and civil society together to co-create and implement ambitious reforms, and then to hold each other accountable through independent reporting. We see a rising tide of climate and environment commitments across our partnership. And in our strategy, access to information and climate change are placed at the very center. To accelerate progress, our strategy and the Open Government Challenge identify access to information and climate change as 2 of our 10 global priorities. And we're backing this up with practical tools. The Open Gov Guide has a dedicated section on access to information, along with new guidance on climate finance, the energy transition, environmental democracy, and of course the power of open data. And later this year, at our Global Summit in Vitoria-Gasteiz in Spain, we will be spotlighting how open government can strengthen the governance of climate policy, ensuring that transitions are fair, climate finance is transparent, and citizens are at the center of environmental decision-making. I hope to meet many of you in person in Spain. So let me end by emphasizing 3 key points. First, access to environmental information empowers citizens to drive climate action. Second, access alone is not enough. Participation and accountability must follow. And third, through OGP and other partners, we already have models that show how this can be done successfully. Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, UNESCO has put access to environmental information at the heart of this year's commemoration of the International Day for Universal Access to Information. Let us rise to that invitation. Let us ensure that access to information becomes a practice that transforms lives and safeguards all the people on our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eyakuze, for sharing your thoughtful reflections and for highlighting the importance of open government and access to information. We truly appreciate your contribution to today's program. Now we come to a very special part of today's program. Stay with me, this has to run smoothly, otherwise, I don't know. But the IDUAI Handover Ceremony is one of the highlights of our 2-day commemoration. So let's begin. Each year, the International Day for Universal Access to Information is brought to life through the efforts of its host country. And today, the Philippines formally receives this important responsibility. To begin, we invite Ms. Genevieve Shirley Lardy, Information Commissioner and Executive Secretary of the Right to Information Commission of Ghana, to formally pass on the role of host, symbolized through a token, and Mr. Dave M. Gomez, Secretary of the Presidential Communications Office of the Republic of the Philippines, who will accept the responsibility of hosting IDUAI 2025. Let's give our lady and gentlemen a big round of applause. This symbolic handover not only completes the circle of this year's celebration, but also reaffirms the continuity of our shared commitment to advancing universal access to information across the globe. Let's give them a big warm round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Now, may we invite Commissioner Lardy for the short message.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the government of Ghana and our key stakeholders, I stand before you with gratitude and hope. Hosting the International Day for the Universal Access to Information has been both an honor and a profound responsibility. At the 2024 Global Commemoration in Accra, the international community adopted the Accra Statement on harnessing the power of data. That statement affirmed a simple truth: access to data is central to the right to information, democracy, and accountability. It called for data that is open, reliable, and inclusive, empowering citizens, institutions, and governments to make informed choices, drive innovation, and strengthen trust. It urged transparency, quality, and fairness in data governance so that no one is left behind in the digital age. Today, as Ghana formally hands over the baton to the Philippines, we do so with both hope and confidence. Hope that the momentum we have built together will continue to grow, and confidence that under the leadership of the Philippines, this course will reach even greater heights. This handover is not an ending, but a continuation of our shared journey. Ghana remains a committed partner in advancing a world where openness and transparency are the norm, where every citizen can truly say the right to know is the right to live fully. Congratulations to the Philippines, and may IDUAI 2025 inspire us all to keep this flame burning brightly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Larty. Now may we invite PCO Secretary Dave M. Gomez of the Republic of the Philippines to give us a glimpse of what lies ahead through a short message.
The token that I have just received is more than a symbol of transition. It carries with it a deeper meaning. It represents the shared responsibility of continuing the global commitment to universal access to information. And it also speaks of the kind leadership I strive to uphold, one that values transparency, accountability, and the people's right to know. For me, this token is not only a marker of hosting, it is a reminder of the legacy our President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. wants to leave behind. A legacy that ensures access to information is protected, strengthened, and lived by every Filipino citizen. We extend our deep gratitude to Ghana for their dedicated leadership and for so gracefully passing the torch to us. Your efforts have set a high standard, and we are inspired to continue building on the legacy you have strengthened through mutual cooperation. With this, we officially kick off the 2025 International Day for Universal Access to Information in the Philippines. We look forward to 2 days of meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and shared action. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Gomez. Sir, may we request you to remain on stage for the official photo to encapsulate this important milestone, and may we also invite our principals. May we welcome back on stage Executive Secretary Genevieve Shirley Larty, His Excellency ASEAN Deputy Secretary General Narayana Suprapto, Director Guillermo Canela, please join us on stage. Mr. Arnaud Peral, and Director Maki Gatsuno Hayashikawa. Now may we invite our speakers, moderators, and rapporteurs to kindly join us on stage for a group photo opportunity. May we request everyone to give each other space alternately so that we can see everyone's beautiful faces in the photos. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for that meaningful photo opportunity, which truly captures this milestone for 2025 IDUAI. As we carry this moment forward, let us now immerse ourselves in the beauty of Filipino culture through a special performance that celebrates the artistry, heritage, and spirit of our people. Today's cultural experience will be brought to you by none other than the IDUAI Dance Company. The IDUAI Dance Company, a name born from the Filipino words for dance, indak and sayaw, is a vibrant collective of cultural performers. They specialize in a diverse range of styles, from the rich traditions of Filipino folk dance to the expressive movements of contemporary and festive forms. Through dance, music, and storytelling, they bring to life the traditions of our diverse communities, ensuring that these treasures are passed on to future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the IDUAI Dance Company. Thank you once again to the IDUAI Dance Company for sharing with us a glimpse of the Philippines' rich heritage. Their performance reminds us how culture can connect hearts and inspire purpose. Once again, the IDUAI Dance Company, ladies and gentlemen. Now, to help set the tone further for our next discussions, let us take a moment to watch this UNESCO video that highlights the very issues and theme at the heart of this year's International Day for Universal Access to Information.
The right to know is a fundamental human right. It is the bedrock of transparency, the fuel for progress. But what happens when that right is obscured? When the information we need most is lost in the noise? Every drop of water has a story. Every gust of wind can carry a warning. Our planet is speaking, in floods, in droughts, in rising heat. But without access to the reliable information, we are ignorant to its call. Environmental information is not just knowledge, it is the language of our survival. Across the globe, humanity faces a planetary test. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the very planet we share, all under threat. And yet, too often, the information that could protect lives and safeguard our future remains out of reach. For decades, UNESCO has taken actions to build a global framework for transparency, championing the right to information and a driver of SDG 16.10.2. But a gap remains. Over 50 member states still lack the legal frameworks to guarantee public access to information. Time is running short to meet our 2030 targets. The digital age, with its promise of connecting us, can also divide us, deepening the digital divide and amplifying misinformation. Join us on the 28th of September to celebrate Universal Access to Information Day. Together, we can build more open, inclusive, and informed societies.
Thank you so much to UNESCO. Let's give them a warm round of applause. And on that note, as we continue with our symposium, let us first say hi to our friends who are joining us online via the Facebook and YouTube Live of FOIPH, and also we are broadcasting live on the UNESCO website. If you are going to post photos and videos of this event, please do not forget the hashtags. Hashtag 2025 IDUAI, hashtag environmental information, hashtag right to know, and hashtag access to info day. I know it's a lot to memorize, but we are going to be flashing those hashtags on the screens around this room. Also, we would like to invite you in advance to visit the booths outside the hall, our Cultura booth, DTI booth, and the 2030 Youth Force PH interactive booth. Let us now continue with our symposium. As we said a while ago, we now move on to a high-level panel discussion that reflects on a decade of the Paris Agreement. Our distinguished panelists will explore how policies that ensure access to environmental information can strengthen regional cooperation, enhance disaster preparedness, and drive effective climate action. Together, they will share perspectives on how these efforts advance sustainable development and promote environmental justice across the region. For this session, we are honored to have as our moderator Mr. Guillermo Canella, Director of the Division for Digital Inclusion Policies and Digital Transformation at UNESCO. Let's give him a big warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Director Canella will be leading us through the discussion and guiding our exploration of these important issues. At this point, we gladly turn the floor over to Director Canella to introduce our distinguished panelists for this conversation. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So since we are a bit late, I will jump straight forward in calling my dear fellow panelists, my dear friend Arnaud Peral, as you know, you heard, and your UN Resident Coordinator into the Philippines, Mr. Noralaine M.U., PhD, Assistant Secretary for Policy Planning, International Affairs, and Climate Change of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources here in the Philippines, Her Excellency Tep Asnarith, Undersecretary of State and Spokesperson for the Ministry of Information, Kingdom of Cambodia, and Ms. Yordanka Rodika Yordanov, Chair of the Aarhus Convention Task Force on Access to Information and former Minister of Environment, Republic of Moldova. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Please take a seat. So as you heard, we couldn't have a more qualified and diverse panel to have this discussion, which is not a simple one, but it's of course the central topic of this year, and more important than that, is a central topic for humanity. My team prepared here to me a lot of parochial announcements before I start, but since we are late, I will jump that, so please, team, make sure that we say all these things in the due course. But I just want to also present my dear colleague Tarja Turtia, who is somewhere, and Tarja is going to be the rapporteur of this session, because the idea is that we collect the key drivers of the discussions and leave some legacy from this event to the next one, and etc. So as you heard, this panel is reflecting on these 10 years of the Paris Agreement. Let me just go a bit behind that in the history. The access to environmental information was first crafted as such in the Principle 10 of Rio 1992. And it's interesting on the positive side, as we all know, we are living very strange times, so it's good to start with a positive note. In 1992, when they started this Principle 10, we have kind of a dozen countries with freedom of information laws in this planet. Now we have 140. It's still 56 to go, but we need to celebrate. It's a big achievement in 30 years to have this massive legislative change. To give you even a more old example, next year we are celebrating the 260th anniversary of the first freedom of information law in the planet that was enacted in Sweden in 1766. But it took the world 200 years to have the second law in 1966. So don't share this to governmental representatives here, but governments don't like to be transparent, as you know. So this is a problem. But in the last 30 years, we had lots of advancements. As I said, Rio 1992. After that, we had the SDGs incorporating access to information as a core element of the SDGs. We have several important international court decisions. For example, in Latin America, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights took a decision in 2006, it's called Claude Reyes versus Chile, that is precisely about access to environmental information. More recently, both the Inter-American Court and the International Court of Justice took important decisions about climate change, and access to information are in the very heart of these decisions. You are going to hear about Aarhus Convention, which is a baby of Rio 1992, as well as Escazú, that's going to be discussed tomorrow. So those are the good news. And more recently, the GDC, the Global Digital Compact, part of the Pact of the Future, also incorporate information integrity as a central element of this discussion. But we also have bad news in this story. The accountability systems, unfortunately, are under attack, including the freedom of information laws and the independent commissioners related to this. I said yesterday, during our informal reception, the World Economic Forum has underlined this year that the two global risks in the very top are mis and disinformation, number one, and climate change, number two. Voila, precisely the topics of this conversation here. So this is just to give you a glimpse that we are actually, in the way, as Arnaud said earlier, to the COP30, we are actually paving a very important discussion that won't go away very soon. If we don't mix those two, if we don't do this intersection between access to environmental information, transparency, and the actual issue of climate change and other environmental problems, we are not going to make it. So this is a bit of a reinforcing message, and this is the core topic of the panel. So we are going to have a television style, so it will be ping pong very quickly. So since I'm Brazilian and football is very important, so if you got a yellow card, it means that you have 1 minute to conclude. And then if you got a red card, it seems that you need to stop speaking. So please pay attention. Don't get a red card. So Arnaud, let me start with you. So again, let's get back to the Paris Agreement, a landmark of multilateralism, international cooperation 10 years ago. It was very difficult, but it was agreed. And one essential element of the Paris Agreement is precisely the transparency framework that is embedded on that. And we are now in this 10-year cycle, 2025, 2035, and the adaptation plans, the NDCs, it will be key discussions in Belém. But how, from the UN perspective, you see the element of transparency, access to information, and information integrity embedded in actually assuring that we walk the talk of the Paris Agreement? Over to you, and welcome again.
Thank you so much, Guilherme. A pleasure to be here again and take the mic again. I'll be brief, I promise. I won't get the red one. Indeed, I think we come a long way since before the Paris Agreement in terms of access to environmental information, but a few challenges I still see, and in the work also that we are doing as UN system, is number one, on the production of information. I mean, we have to remember that we have this framework, we have the SDGs, and most governments, like the Philippines, align their national priorities with the SDGs. But we see how we still lack production of data on many aspects of the environmental information, on biodiversity, on oceans, on quality of air, and so on and so forth. I mean, the list is very long, and it's costly to invest in data. So it's not only access to information, it's also production of data behind it. So I think it's always important to remember that it still stands the stage, and we cannot lower also our expectations in terms of creating the legal framework and encouraging and incentivizing, creating incentives for the government to produce quality data, timely data, because most of them also are outdated. So we are planning and taking important decisions based on outdated data. Then it's the issue of what I see now is the pushback against science, and the questioning of data is also something that we have to take into consideration. There's a lot of disinformation, and I think for the public, and we see that when we organize public consultation with civil society, with the private sector, they turn to us, thinking, you are the UN, so you won't lie to us. What is a reliable source of information? Can we trust this? Can we trust this data? And it's not an easy question to answer. Because you have to unpack a lot of official data and sometimes complement with other sources of data. Fortunately, I think technology and networks of civil society and academia have came on board, and now they are joining a lot of research going to complement or even question official public data. And I think it's also our role as UN system to create the platform where different voices, the private sector, the academia, civil society, can also bring and question certain data to ensure credibility of data and quality of the data for decision making.
Thank you, Arnaud. You didn't even get the yellow card. That's very impressive. And I want to underline one thing that Arnaud was saying in terms of the challenges. Unfortunately, we saw this year in important areas of the planet an attack also against the data sets, discontinuing important data sets about climate change, which obviously has a strong impact in producing evidence-based policy in this area, and we need really to protect this. It's not the fact that people can't question things. It's okay to not agree with things. You can have your own opinions, but you can't have your own facts, right? So we need to make sure that this is present. Assistant Secretary Noralina, it's a good segue to the question I want to ask you. You are now the official representative of Philippines to the UNFCCC. You are engaged with the IPCC, but you were working on the multilateral environment before. The issue of transparency and access to information was always quite important in the discussion of these frameworks, the climate framework. Although not necessarily a key pillar, I'm very glad to see that the Brazilian presidency of the COP30 is offering an entire segment to information integrity this year, which we do hope it will continue in the next negotiations. But from your experience as a negotiator under the framework of the UNFCCC, how you see how critical and vital it is, the right to access to environmental information in the job you do as a negotiator. Over to you and welcome again.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. So I follow the work stream on adaptation. So basically, the goal on the GGA, that we're expecting some result in Belém. We are really looking forward to finalizing the indicators because that would mean, data collection, generating data in order to track progress on adaptation, and of course that would inform also the second global stocktake in 2028. Now, let me just segue to the work that we are undertaking on the part of the government of the Philippines. So of course, we heard from the Secretary the efforts on our part. So from open government partnership to citizen science, we're trying to participate in that. So what we are doing is continuing an interagency effort to, of course, promote the freedom of information. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we're basically a technical agency. We're mandated to produce data, particularly on baseline and geohazard maps in order to inform our risk maps. Also under our recently approved Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, we are tasked with generating data in order to put our natural assets into the macroeconomy. But very importantly, maybe not only the Philippines, we also welcome the effort at the ASEAN level. Just to also add to what the SG already mentioned, we are happy that the ASEAN Ministers of Environment has also endorsed the ASEAN Declaration to the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And a large part of that focus is on, of course, access to information, meaningful public participation, and access to justice in the implementation of this right. So this was led by the Malaysian chairmanship. Just very quickly, on our part, because we want to strengthen our climate action and also to contribute to the frameworks on access to information, we are undertaking a national action for climate empowerment strategy, which we hope to finish soon. So in particular, this has 6 pillars: education, training, public awareness, public participation, of course, public access to information, and international cooperation, because we are trying to come up with some way to really promote or strengthen the work under our National Adaptation Plan and nationally determined contribution implementation plan. So the key strategies that we have under this strategy is to establish a national local platform for sharing and disseminating climate change information, develop comprehensive climate databases, upgrade digital platforms and facilities, review data sharing and public access mechanism, ensure science and evidence-informed information, of course, accessibility of all climate reports, especially those that we have submitted to the UNFCCC. So this is an interagency effort, and we are trying to really put everyone on board, especially all those technical agencies in the government. So this is also our commitment to the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, and we hope that by 2028, we will be able to mainstream all this in the government offices. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And interesting to see your last message on the complexity and interdisciplinary nature of this type of actions, right? That we need all the stakeholders engaged, especially when we are discussing these topics of information integrity. And I want to turn to you now, Undersecretary Tep Aznaris. We spoke earlier, several of the speakers in this morning, about this connection of the access to environmental information with the current challenges of addressing mis and disinformation, which luckily in the Pact for the Future, in the Global Digital Compact, is addressed in a more comprehensive manner, saying the real issue here is to enhance and foster information integrity, which is actually dealing with the several processes that can help us to counter mis and disinformation and other phenomena, conspiracy theories and so on. So I know that in your ministry and secretary, you are doing an effort for that. So how you see this? How you see the key components of this challenge of countering mis and disinformation while protecting freedom of expression, while protecting access to information? Over to you, and welcome again.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for colleague from the Philippines for welcoming us at this global conference. It's very important. Allow me to first saying that excuse me for not having a tie on, because I brought two tie, but I don't have the mood to put it on because back home we have a border crisis that left us casualties, soldiers that sacrificed their lives, and several thousands families and community displaced. Now they're living in a shelter, refugee camps, among other consequences. My minister wanted to be here so much, but due to that, he has to stay in the country to observe, to stand by the developments and to help people. I'm supposed to be on the ground as well along the border that have issues with our neighboring country. But coming back to your question, so speaking about the environment of today, I think we are facing a dual threat. One that is a crisis, environmental crisis that's I can name deforestation, biodiversity loss, and climate change, natural disasters. We feel that we can see it's happening within the region and globally. On the other hand, this information you rightly mentioned about, communities are being vulnerable to information they have access, particularly through social media. In Cambodia, more than 12 million users of social media across various platforms are being seen vulnerable. They have access to various information coming from various sources. I'm giving you a specific example. During the border crisis with our neighboring country, people are receiving information from outside of the country which has been manipulated, creating a different narrative that supposed to confuse the public opinion about what's going on, what's happened on the ground. I think the same goes with access to environmental information. Once people have access to unverified sources, particularly from social media, you cannot identify, you cannot distinguish which is which. And this is the mission of the Royal Government of Cambodia. The Ministry of Information is playing a role as the safeguard of promoting access to information, leveraging the access, the freedom of expression, freedom of the press, implementing effective measures that could include, and we consistently deliver access to quality and safety of information with a combination of legal framework, technology support, media information literacy, and as well as public education efforts. Cambodia has integrated environmental communication as part of our information strategy to reflect our climate change commitment under the Paris Agreement and the implementation of the CSDG, the Cambodian Sustainable Development Goals, within the United Nations framework. To give you an example, in terms of policy framework, the EIA, the Environmental Impact Assessment, are mandatory for any projects that engage government and stakeholders. So that is to comply, set goal frameworks carried out for the benefit of the people, development, and the whole communities. And in addition to that, we publish data on forest cover, protected area management, biodiversity conservation, pollution waste management, and studies that the core of public interest benefit. Proactive communication as a strategy as well, spokesperson system, spokesperson across the government, the royal government, from ministry, and at the provincial level are playing a crucial role to provide proactive communication, to offer to respond to information requests from the public, from media. We work with the media to deliver proactive communication, including communication on the environment, and so that people can have access to this information to support their daily decision making, to support their daily livelihoods. We're also conducting public campaigns that help people protect access to information with quality and safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and also our solidarity with the situation you were facing. And it's very interesting that in describing your policies, you have underlined some of the key pillars of what we consider information as a public good. In 2021, in Windhoek, we approved this declaration of Windhoek Plus 30 declaration that says that information is a public good, and there are 3 pillars in this concept. One, we need to empower the citizens, so media and information literacy, education. The other, we need to empower the producers of information, the journalists, the scientists, the scholars, and so on. But there is a third element that is discussion, the transmission chain, so the social media platforms, etc., how we do this governance within the international human rights law. And what you have said actually touched in these 3 points, that all of them, if we don't do them together, we are not going to make it. They are important, but they also need to be operated in their complexity. So thank you for offering a very clear example on that. And then let me move to Jordanka Rodica Jordanov. You have a very interesting task of chairing the Aarhus Convention Task Force on access to information. You are a former Minister of Environment, and Aarhus, as I was saying in the beginning, is the first real UN experiment after Rio 1992 to put the Principle 10 in action from a regional legal instrument. And then later on we had the Escazú, and I understand ASEAN is discussing a declaration also inspired by that. So if you can, with this now long experience of Aarhus, offer to us key drivers of what were the successful elements to tackle this discussion on access to information? What are the key drivers in your experience? Over to you and welcome.
Thanks a lot for thanks a lot for inviting me and offering me the possibility to speak on behalf of the Task Force on Access to Information on Aarhus Convention. Indeed, Aarhus Convention is the, I think, only one convention in the system of UNESCO when we are speaking about two systems, human rights system and environmental system. So it's a really nice treaty when we can apply directly in almost all the country the Aarhus Convention in the court and to ensure that all three pillars of the Aarhus Convention, access to information, public participation, and access to justice, can be applied directly. So indeed, under the task force of the Aarhus Convention, we had a very nice development. We started in 2011, when in Moldova was the meeting of the party, and it was elaborated the first mandate for the task force on access to information. And from that moment, we developed it from the task force, which had the main idea on the electronic tools, to develop the concept of the environmental democracy and access to information, and also to develop the system, how the information should be provided and what kind of elements should be put it on these main pillars. Also, we're discussing a lot about disinformation and what is mean environmental information on a daily basis, what is mean the passports of the goods, passport of the services, and what is mean also access to such kind of information. Also, as you mentioned, what is the responsibility of those who are producing information, and also what kind of channels for dissemination information we can apply. As a main driver on this long history and very dynamic history, I would say that almost all the countries which are member of the Treaty of Aarhus Convention, they already fought and developed that there need to be active digital disclosure and real-time data system. So that means that almost all the country develop different systems, different registers, different databases, which offer possibility to receive information on real time. And such kind of information is related to the air quality, water quality, also to the pollutions, also to the forest, and also to reduce or to be prepared for the disasters. So all this system of information help to the government to have more trust from the population, but in the same time offer the possibility to be more quick and to have more reliable data. Another driver, I will say, that is the necessity and the good example of the partnership that link government, science, civil society in creating, developing, and also to disseminate the information. We pass the system when the information is only collected by scientists. Now we have the experience on when journalists and civil society representatives, they are supporting scientists in their process of collecting data and also to shape the data. What is very important is also the fact that we can trust to each other and also we complete each other, and also it's very important that people are more open to such kind of data. And the most important is the fact that information and the process is very inclusive designed, and the education of this process is very important. So we are working on diversifying the tools, also the possibility for users to use in a friendly manner, and also to have the environmental literacy permanently, because otherwise it's very complicated to understand what is mean environmental data, how to understand environmental data. And also it is important to have this confidence in the environmental data. So we have the researchers, politicians, we are and governmental institutions which are collecting data, which should disseminate the data, but also the information should be in the environmental friendly manner, because the citizens need to understand all of this. So the rights-based approach, this is the main strategy which need to be applied when we are speaking about receiving, disseminating, collecting, and verifying the data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's very interesting to see, I strongly encourage you, if you haven't done it yet, to read both the decisions of the International Court of Justice on the climate opinion that was asked them, and the decision of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, because they were placing access to information right to the connection with access to justice, and which is also in the core of the Rio 1992 Principle 10, and both of Aarhus and Escazú. So, well, here you have her with a central expert in Aarhus, but if you are interested in also knowing more about Escazú, I guess Patricia is around. I don't know where she is from the Escazú. Oh, she's there. And we have a colleague from the Economic Commission from Asia here. Also raise your hand. So because in the UN system are the UN Economic Commissions that are actually driving the implementation of Rio 10, of course, with the support of UNESCO and the resident coordinators and so on and so forth, but we want to connect more these dots. So now I want you to start thinking of your straightforward questions, and while you think about that, because we need to have as I said, television time here, I will ask a question to you, but please try to keep it in 1 minute so we have time to interact with the audience. And I will start with you, Noraline, on your expertise in terms of disaster risk elements. We know that Sendai have also further underlined the importance of access to information and so on, but how you see, I heard you started mentioning the different systems. Arnaud also mentioned that in his initial speech, but if you can tell us in 1 minute, in your view, what is really central connecting, countering the disaster problem and using access to information to do that? Over to you.
Thank you. So for the Philippines, we do have agency mandated to maintain a database for disaster impacts or data. So that's the Office of Civil Defense. But we have an agency also, the Department of Science and Technology, that maintains the GeoRIS-PH platform, where they are trying to integrate all the data that every agency holds, including us, from the Ministry of Environment. So we contribute to that platform in order to have one consistent, uniform understanding of the data that's also there. But we also know that at the national level, the UNDRR is also trying to improve the disaster statistics data that also now includes quantification of ecosystem and ecosystem services damage. So we are also, on our part as the Ministry of Environment, we are also participating and trying to integrate that into our system. But for us, we have a unifying system, and that's a GeoRIS portal, where each of the agency contributes its risk data.
Thank you, very interesting. As Naris, let me turn to you. I mean, you were mentioning the several policies you are developing in your body in government about these issues. But if you would need to tell us one particular strong policy you are going to bet your horses in the next 1 year, so what you are envisaging, and also tell us a bit how you are planning to monitor the implementation of this particular policy you want to tell us about.
Yes, thank you. I think the most immediate action going forward for us is to really leveraging partnerships among all key stakeholders, including development partners like UNESCO, and civil societies, communities, etc., in order to develop projects that support their interests, support their substantial livelihoods, and particularly to promote access to information with safety. And to that, back home, we are working on a series of regulations that's supposed to will uphold the responsible and accountable use of social media, so that we can help people with that regulation. We can help people protect, provide access to safe information, because we all know that there's no way we can stop how information being spread on social media in a way that they want to create, continues to provide disinformation supplies to us all the times. On the other hand, I think we will forge our efforts on building community capacity, building their resilience with media and information literacy, so that we can help them fight fake news, combat fake news on their daily life. And on the other thing, the professional media, professional and non-professional media need to be on board with us so that it can help reporting on environmental information, environmental news that will give a balance within the information space so that more people can have access to quality information, and so that they can distinguish what is fake news, what is not, right? So this is a priority for us, and also we are going to follow up processes with access to information law as well. Now within our colleague Ministry of Justice, they have communicated with the Council of Ministers. The draft law is supposed to be put on the agenda for the National Assembly discussion. So the process will be there, and the Ministry of Information will play as a guardian of that, and we already provide necessary support and assistance, particularly input that we gather from all key actors, including civil societies and communities toward that. So.
Thank you. Very glad to hear that. We will follow that with a lot of expectations, hoping that Cambodia can join the club of the 140 UN member states which already have this kind of legislation, and count with our support of the UN and UNESCO for that. Jordan, I mean, it's quite often the access to information from the perspective of the public officials is seen as a burden, right? So you are a Minister of Environment, you have so many things to do, and there is this thing, oh my God, and I also need to respond to these questions from the journalists and from the NGOs and so on. So you are a Minister of Environment, now you have this task of the Aarhus Convention. How you see these, right? I mean, how was important actually for you as a Minister of Environment to really enhance the policy of transparency and access to information to your own job, right? Aside the fact that it's a right of the citizen to ask.
Yeah, very good point, and thanks a lot. You know, Moldova now indeed has several big problems. First of all, we have a very big hybrid war on the territory, and also we had the conflict on our border in Ukraine, which affect very much our environment. So this is one of the issues which need to be taken in consideration when we are speaking about access to information and correctly information. Another issue is I realized that to have only the law on access to information, general information, public information, is not enough. It's necessary to have the system which is creating that the information is presented on the ecosystem-based approach, because till now we are speaking about quality of the air, we are speaking about quality of the soil and so on, but we are looking at each information very on the short term and also very near. So it's very important to have a comprehensive approach and also to see how the information and how the activity influence on the ecosystem. So it was necessary to put on a table different facts and also to decide what is the most important approach to ensure that the information is correctly presented, but in the same time the information is correctly collected and analyzed. So I also wanted to conduct a very important reform on the administrative part and to create the institution which will have the responsibility in the same time to collect the information on the ecosystem based, but in the same time to ensure that the information is accountable and the information is presented, and also the refuse of information is correctly explained. So such kind of system is very important at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that for an RC, and you have several of your colleagues here, sometimes it's a bit frustrating, right? You see us in headquarters, either in New York or Paris or Geneva, producing all these toolkits and principles and information integrity, whatever, and then you need to actually make it happen in the real life, right? Outside of our island of fantasy in Fontenoy in Paris. So how you deal with that on a daily basis? What is the strategy with your colleagues of UNCT in moving ahead this issue of access to information, which obviously is important, but is also a difficult thing for the reasons we are discussing here?
Thank you. I don't know if frustrating is the word. Maybe sometime, yes, it is.
Anxious, anxiety.
Exactly. No, it's actually it's not that complicated because we have the country drive, right? You have the national objectives, and you have also the expectations of the public, of the partners, of the private sector, the academia, and they all push us, government officials and UN to try to respond as much as we can. And we have circumstances, and when I see the specific situation of the Philippines, it's access to information on climate and on natural disasters is so fundamental to protect lives that it's a very strong drive of how we can put the information out there to make it accessible for the people on real time. And it's about technology, it's about the production of data, it's about connecting the different departments and national level, local levels, private sector to use also technology and cell phones. So it helps connect the dots. I think it's always driven by the agenda. And I think climate change impact is one of the main driver. I think that push people to want to have access to information and for us to try as much as possible to deliver. I think connected to that, again in the context of Philippines, but a global movement now that we are looking towards Belen is the opportunity of the NDCs 3.0, right, as we called it, and how we raise the bar of ambitions and how we make this agenda wider, right? And also including different parts of society to look at the social angle, the environmental, the economical angle. And we have widened here in the Philippines this scope, looking at forestry, looking at waste. So it's become like a whole of society approach, whole of UN approach towards a certain goal, which is to raise the bar for obviously the COP 30, but fundamentally to change societies, to change the way we produce, the way we consume, the way we interact, and the way we tackle such a strong challenge. I think there's a third drive, if you allow me just 10 seconds, is the protection also of those who are on the front line of using data, environmental data, to push the agenda. I mean, the activists, the environmental activists, the protection of them and the whistleblowers it's also extremely important because, I mean, so many are still killed around the globe, and they are receiving a lot of threats when we try to raise something, and we have to listen to that and to try to protect them as much as we can, and to give, again, reliable source of information, so also the justice system can act, and we can all progress as societies. So I think it's always driven by the national agenda and how to protect lives and how to protect rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Super interesting, and a good warning also for us when we are generating these documents to make sure that these dialogues with reality. I already got my yellow card from her, but I think I would like to set that we are trying to not get too much into your coffee break, but since it's a conference about access to information, it would be a bit weird if I don't open to at least one question, but I hope then we are going to get our time back and the schedule back, and then we can have more interaction. But can I have just one burning question to the panel? Please, the gentleman here. Question, please. Very straightforward. And then I get back to you, 30 seconds to interact with his question, and then we...
All right, so thank you very much. I'm Stephen Moore from Ghana. My question really based on the responsibility of those who want to have access to this environmental or biodiversity information. What do you expect from them? Because if I want to have access to your geo-risk data, for instance, or data on disaster management, it could possibly be that I just want to use it for my research work or to find out some other things. So what do you expect from the user who wants to have access to the data? What is your expectation from him or her that if you get this data, are there some restrictions? Are there some policy? Are there some governance issues that you expect from the user of the data as well?
Super, very good question, this interaction, right, between the two. Look, I will add just one thing and then offer to you to conclude and select how you want to respond. Very recently, The Guardian and others launched a very interesting project that's called the 89% Project. And they did a global survey, opinion survey, and they found that something that's not, that doesn't look trivial to the current situation. 89% of the world's population do believe we have a climate problem. However, the question is why we don't necessarily transform these in the actions that are there, right? The 11% that do not are doing a lot of noise maybe, and there are other issues. So, your final reflections while answering the question, what is the one key word you would say for turning this table, right? We already have the 89% on our side. How we move them taking action, that is the next level, or no?
Thank you. I thought maybe with this point about the users, I think it's a fundamental question, and a perspective we don't always take not enough into consideration. Well, the first feedback is from users is the information in the right format? Is it usable for the users, for research, for advocacy? So this kind of feedback is also important. And also as an alert, also when you see as a user misuse of certain information, also getting this feedback so we can improve also or issue correction and make sure that the official data is not manipulated or taken out of context. Because it's so easy, right, to take an information out of context and then use it for a different purpose than what it was intended to. Well, your question is very complex. In a world of difficulty of understanding the overall impact and co-responsibility about climate change. And there are so many angles, the environmental one, the economical one, and I think governments, and with the NDCs, are enlarging the scope of our understanding of climate change, not only as a human problem, but also that we have the solutions, And there are also some opportunities to transform our societies, the way we produce, the way we access to energy, and so on and so forth. And so maybe focusing more on opportunities rather than pointing fingers and creating incentives for behavioral changes might help, to reduce some of the pushback. Because unfortunately, it's still perceived by some as an agenda that will limit, capacities to grow faster, to use all kinds of source of energy, and use the environment sources as from a limitless perspective, and it will limit our capacity to grow, to produce jobs, and so on and so forth. So we have to unpack more the opportunity side of the agenda. Thank you.
Super. So, Rapporteur Taria, opportunities, behavioral change.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit about your questions and what you just mentioned, that indeed the access to information is a priority, right? And we need to think what kind of information and how the information is presented. So I do believe that some policy at the institutional level, at the governmental level, through the legislation need to be in place. It's also very important to have the issue related to how to interpret the information, the data. This is very important. And from this point of view, it's very important to have this science approach. But in the same time, we need to learn how to work and how to interpret the data in a quicker manner, because staying 2-3 months or years in interpreting one data, it's too much, and the life is really very dynamic now. So it is important to have clear tools, clear policy, and clear groups of people which are ready to dedicate their activities in order to ensure access to data, ensure interpretation, and no one should be left behind, because otherwise everything which is connected with the human rights on access to information, it will be just ignored or injured.
Thank you. This is very much connected with last year's celebration in Accra that was about access to information and data, which is a strong connection with your question. Please. You are wrapping up.
Addressing the question, I think we are clear that both users and regulator are on the same boat in terms of providing access and getting access to the information. Whether, it's a community, grassroots community in Cambodia, country, you're somewhere in Europe or other countries globally, we are on the same boat. So I think for Cambodia, rights to information is guaranteed by our constitution. So that is very clear. You're going to have access, but we need to work together to promote, can I say, like honest use, and to reduce risk and manipulation as much as possible, so that we can always have a shared goal that information is powerful tool, powerful access that can help people across the globe in Cambodia to get sustainable development, to help people to support their livelihood. So I think this is something that we need to stand on together to promote accessibility and information equity for all.
Thank you. Noraline, you will have the honor to wrap up our discussion.
Yeah, so just very quickly, in terms of the use of the Jurist PH platform, so of course, we expect that users will use it to undertake a robust risk assessment that would inform policy, practice, and of course, action. So we expect also this platform or data to be able to lead to more research and maybe more knowledge production that will be shared on how to better address climate and disaster risk.
Super, thank you. I'm sorry we can't get more questions, but during the coffee break that we are not cutting entirely, feel free to approach this fantastic panel, which I guess you can join me in thanking for this super interesting discussion, having the perspective of an environmental colleague from information, from Aarhus and from the UN system is really what Arnaud was saying about getting all the stakeholders together to face this existential challenge. It was a pleasure to moderate this. And now back to the Master of Ceremony, which I will ask an applaud for her because she asked applause to everyone else. So thank you so much for guiding us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Guillaume. Wonderful.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists and moderator for sharing their expertise and perspectives. Their insights have given us much to reflect on as we continue to explore the importance of access to environmental information in strengthening cooperation, disaster preparedness, and climate action. Our conversation is just getting started, and we want to make sure everyone's refreshed and ready to dive into today's topics. But better way to do that than, as we say in the Philippines, kape muna tayo. Take this time to grab a cup of hot coffee or cold, catch up with colleagues, and gear up for the exciting discussions ahead. If you'd like to stretch your legs, don't forget to visit our partner booths. Drop by the Cultura booth and the DTI booth to shop and support proudly Filipino-made products crafted by our small and medium entrepreneurs. Also, make sure to check out the 2030 Youth Force PH Interactive booth, part of the Global Week of Action for the SDG celebration. Plenty of experiences await, so be sure to explore. And to our online audience, a big shout out to all of you tuning in live via the FOI Philippines Facebook page, YouTube channel, and UNESCO website. If you're posting about today's event, don't forget to tag us and use our official hashtags to spread the celebration across social media. Hashtag 2025 IDUAI, hashtag environmental information, hashtag right to know, hashtag access to info day. And to make sharing easier, you can also connect to our event Wi-Fi network. Hilton meeting, password PCO-IDUAI 2025. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you back here at exactly 11:35 a.m. Once again, we'll see you at 11:35 a.m. Thank you. Nakakatuwa siya.
Oh, ang Bagelya.
I know, right? Diba? Manepo baby tayo. Natang inakasya.
Naka-LL. Sa live. So, ano yung decision ang inyong napag-final, decision?
Ano?
Doon na lang siya nag-sleep sa...
Oo, doon lang.
Okay.
Ay, hindi. Mag-ano kami. Ayaw niya ako kumain ng bed. Pero kumain ko siya ng bed.
Ko na ba, may dala po talaga ako. So, sa loob ng aking MCM
Mahiwagang.
bag.
Mahiwagang Bagelya. Pero hindi, yun na nga. Meron pang Coke Zero. Sige, pero mamaya pa. Okay lang sa akin mamaya.
Okay.
Thank you. Sine-check ko lang. Kasi yung fridge dun sa room namin, walang Coke Zero eh, diet Coke lang. So, tatanungin ko lang kung meron sila Coke Zero.
Baka sa buong mamaya.
Oo. Uy, 3 minutes na lang.
Ito ba, Miss Jay?
Oh, 11:32 na.
Sige po BO lang.
Ano sabi ko? I request everyone to, anong pangalan itong hall na to? Anong pangalan itong hall?
Grand Ballroom. Or plenary na lang. Apo. Mag-BO lang si Miss Jade na 3 minutes mag-start na tayo. Kaap lang nung kanya microphone.
Nakaap naman yata siya.
Ready? Okay. Go po.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We will resume our discussions in 3 minutes or in a couple of minutes. May we request everybody to please come back to the plenary hall. Once again, may we request everyone to please come back and take your seats inside the plenary hall because we will resume our discussions in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Alin? Okay. Once again, may we request everyone to please come back inside the plenary hall and settle down. We will continue our discussions in a minute. Once again, may we request everyone to please come back to the plenary hall and settle down. We will resume our discussions in a minute. Thank you. Oh, you can, fit. Oh, you can fit in a bed.
Straight from Hilton.
I know.
Energy involved.
Right. Sigawan na niyan. Excuse me. Baba ka isa.
Sa natin dito para magulit sila.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we request everyone to please come back to the plenary hall. We will resume our discussions shortly. Once again, may we request everyone to please come back to the plenary hall, settle down. We will resume our discussions in a few seconds, in fact. Welcome back, everyone. How's everybody doing? Refreshed? Recharged? Recharged, yes. Okay, I hope all of you had a chance to recharge, enjoy a good cup of coffee, and connect with fellow participants now that we are refreshed. And to wake us up just a little bit, I know it's a few hours before lunchtime. Why don't you guys give me one big clap of the hand? Just one, okay? Wait. Let's do this together. Just one. Okay, let me count backwards. I just want to make sure that I got everybody's attention. We got 3 students here, still talking to each other, guys. Okay. All right. When I say one drop of clap. All right? Understood? Yes? I think the coffee did not work. Okay, let's do this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back everyone. Magandang umaga. I want magandang umaga back. Okay, welcome back everyone. Magandang umaga. Good morning once again, and it's time to move on into our first panel discussion after your coffee break. Now, panel discussion 1 will focus on examining how the UN system and the international community encourage the promotion of access to environmental information. This promises to be a rich and engaging conversation within time limit, of course. So let's get started. Guiding today's conversation and introducing our panelists, we are fortunate to have the Director and Representative of the UNESCO Office for Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, and Timor-Leste, as well as liaison to ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, MC, for the lovely introduction. And I didn't have enough coffee myself, so. But I'm sure the next panel will be exciting enough to keep me awake. And I have the great pleasure, of course, of introducing our 4 lovely distinguished speakers. And as I call on them, please do join me on the stage. So first, I'd like to invite Mr. Zhang Hao, the UN Resident Coordinator in the Maldives. Hao, please. Next, Mr. Bahodir Bukhanov, the UN Resident Coordinator in Lao PDR. Thank you, Bahodir. And then, of course, Mr. Dmitro Shelpachenko from the UN Resident Coordinator in Turkmenistan. And fourthly, of course, not the least, Your Excellency, Ms. Saya Nurminen, the Finnish Ambassador to the Republic of Philippines. Welcome to the stage. Welcome. Thank you. Oh, so we shouldn't be standing up, we should be sitting down. And I believe we have the photos and the names on the screen as well. Yeah, so thank you very much. And please be seated and be comfortable. Just like the first high-level panel, I hope this panel session would also be more interactive, relaxed conversational style. I'm also a little bit nervous because this is not exactly the field I am used to. I come from an education background, but of course, being a UNESCO person, we have to deal with many sectoral work. But at the same time, this topic that we're dealing with today is very much relevant cross-sectoral in a way that information, which is turning into knowledge, which can be applied, and so on, is also very much an education activity. And I think that that is the appeal of this topic today that really brings us different kind of stakeholders together on the stage. Now, of course, this panel is focusing on the role of the UN and the international community in how to promote and encourage the promotion of access to environmental information. And that's why I have 3 resident coordinators with me, together with the embassy, Finnish ambassador on the stage. And so we give a different perspective, probably a broader perspective to start off the conversation of this session. And I think we have limited time, so I'll try to be very efficient myself. I also count on your cooperation to the speakers to be succinct and to the point. I don't want to give any yellow cards like Guillaume tried to do. I'm a little bit allergic to yellow cards because UNESCO also deals with biosphere reserves and geoparks, and when their assessment goes wrong, they get a yellow card. And then the media comes to me and asks, why do you get the yellow card to my geoparks and World Heritage? So I'm a little bit allergic, so I won't use the yellow card, but I think we can maximize the time available to us as well. So with that brief introduction, I think I would like to really start off with the questions to our panel speakers. I think we have time for 2 rounds, but if not, of course, we'll try to adjust the time and also like to give some time to the audience to interact with our speakers. So my first question, I'd like to invite our resident coordinators from Lao PDR and Turkmenistan, so that's Mr. Bakhtir and Dmitro. So I have a common question to both of you. The reason is not that we want to point any fingers at their two countries, but Lao PDR and Turkmenistan are among the 56 countries without freedom of information laws, I understand, right at the moment, yes. Of course, as Girman said earlier, we have a lot of opportunities and potential, so many other countries joining this club. But right now, of course, the two countries are not part of it, and therefore we would like to hear a different perspective in a way that, of course, I mean, the information, access information legislation is really one of the indicators of the SDG 2030 the Sustainable Development Agenda, specifically SDG 16.10.2. And it is important that this access to information is underpinned in our democratic governance and civic participation. It's required to empower citizens and to hold accountable, the authority accountable, and participate in decision making. So I think it is an area where the UN as a whole really has a very big role to play. Now, so in this context, could you perhaps tell us how the UN in your respective countries, in Lao PDR and Turkmenistan, is working to push this process and supporting the government to move forward in adopting, access to information legislation, and how do you see the role of the resident coordination system in your country in coordinating the efforts in the country? So, would maybe Atir would like to start first? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Maki, and it's a very good question, and the part that resonates with me the most is really the accountability element, because it's truly about people needing to know information that affects them and their interests, particularly in the sphere of environment is hugely relevant because it has direct, very tangible effects on all of us, human beings, think air pollution or other elements. But it's also about accountability of ourselves and keeping ourselves accountable, both duty bearers and rights holders, to keep ourselves on track and accountable. So I think to me, this is the most compelling and relevant concept about the access to information. Now, human rights are in the DNA of access to information. So this is really a very fundamental human rights concept. And we do a lot of policy advocacy with regards to human rights in Lao PDR and all over the world. But the context in which we operate is quite difficult. So we have to also adopt a number of practical measures to demonstrate the benefits of access to information and really continually put a human face to it and really demonstrate how access to information really makes communities safer, people happier, and I think, as I mentioned, it's also a very important fundamental accountability and transparency instrument. At policy level, Laos has received a series of recommendations in the Universal Periodic Review process about transparency and civic space. And I took up my post 2 years ago, and one of the first things I've done, literally within a week after my arrival back in 2023, was a policy dialogue with the government on internationally recognized right to a healthy environment, the GA Resolution 76-300. So for a rights concept that's so young, it's one of the newest rights enshrined under human rights principles, I felt there was a huge level of engagement from all sectors of the government and civil society in this issue. And I genuinely believe we are beginning to make a headway because, again, environment is really how we all feel it on ourselves. So I think this is where this particular environmental right and also procedural rights, access to information, participation in decision-making and access to justice all come together. So I think that was a very important element of our work. At the practical level, though, I feel we need to continue to work across sectors, across issues, across the entire spectrum of SDGs to highlight the importance of access to information. And when I was preparing for this intervention, I asked my country team, and it includes 25 UN agencies, funds, and programs, and I was very heartened to see such a huge uptake. 7 agencies came back to me immediately with their reflections on access to information. And they include work on disaster resilience, on environment, on governance, on public services. So really, it's really encouraging that in all of this typically sectoral work that UN does, people do understand and see the value of access to information. I won't go into all these initiatives, but things like climate services for agricultural system, which translates meteo data into localized advisory for farmers, a huge effort to put land reform and land use into one management system, which is accessible and in open domain, work around monitoring, verification, and reporting, linked to government's ODA portal, and it's very transparent in terms of what we're doing with access to climate finance, and the work that cities and communities are doing in taking up voluntary local reviews, taking from voluntary national reviews. So we're really localizing SDG information and doing systematic collection and disclosure of urban data. I think one item that I will highlight, and this is really also on our a theme of today's discussion, is the digital space. There's so much happening in the digital space with institutional reforms, and I think that it really gels well with accountability and transparency policies. We're digitalizing the justice systems. We're doing a lot of work on disaster information disclosure, one-door services, which include a very important component of working with civil society. And we're also engaged in the digital transformation agenda as a whole, and recent work in the AI space that UNESCO produced, the AI readiness assessment methodology, does integrate important governance and emerging systems. So I think really the point is that access to information is not a standalone legal concept. It's really a core element of innovation and digitalization. And I think if we adopt this approach, I think we will continually demonstrate the value of disclosure, consultation, engagement with communities, and access to information in our work. I'm not tackling the RCO element. I'm happy to come back if time allows. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I like the fact that you actually put the human face onto the topic as well. I mean, we can always think about the human rights issues. It's all one intersectoral collaboration with the UN, but I think the human face is also very important because it's everyone's business, isn't it? Yeah, so the similar question to you, Dimitro, as well, but also understanding that each country have different contexts and have specific needs and challenges. So maybe you could also highlight a little bit on the specific challenges that you also face in Turkmenistan in terms of adopting the access to information agenda, and also maybe do you see, like for example, focusing on the access to information for environmental issues could be an opportunity to advance this topic in the country? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Maki, for this question, and fantastic to be here with you. Look, my colleague Bahadir gave already a very comprehensive answer, so let me just build on some of the aspects that he already quite well articulated. For me, access of information is also part of the context of broader human rights. And of course, we cannot sort of isolate it and speak about this only aspect. So from my perspective, of course, Turkmenistan is on the way to adopt this. And of course, it's our job as United Nations country team to help the government realize its potential. So in this regard, what we have done in Turkmenistan, we initiated that once a year, there is a very comprehensive meeting on all issues related to human rights. The government of Turkmenistan has formed essentially a big inter-ministerial committee on human rights, which includes 25 ministries and committees, and also the entire UN system. So we have resident and non-resident agencies. They're all connected online. This is how we digitalize this even before it was fashionable. And essentially, this is where we discuss about pending issues where we can help the government. So we did discuss about access of information and about the need to employ human rights international officers in the country. And I'm very pleased that this resulted in very positive change. The government had now accepted that there could be an international human rights officer. So we're working with High Commissioner for Human Rights to actually find a suitable candidate. And that would give us actually a boost to work on many of these related areas. In addition to that, I think we also recognize that particularly this aspect of what is the theme of our discussion, access to environmental information, is very important. And here, I also need to tell you, before coming here, I discussed it with my fellow resident coordinators in Central Asia. And we all agreed that, of course, from our perspective, and I'm very glad that we have our colleague here from the Aarhus Convention, all countries of the region had acceded to Aarhus Convention. And so for us, it's within this framework that we also look for joint efforts, how to distill this environmental information that could be useful for all countries of the region, and therefore also for individual UNCTs, so we can take it forward with our respective governments, keeping the regional context in mind. So these were quite important issues. We think, of course, that in case of Turkmenistan, there is a national state of environment reports. It's produced also not only by Turkmenistan, by all Central Asian countries. And we now try to reinforce that these reports are sort of a little bit corresponding to each other. So it's not only to one individual government that they are of help, but also for all. Because of course, and we will probably talk about this at the later stage, but of course, many of the issues of environment cannot be resolved in isolation. When we are based in some particular region, it's the regional problems that become also national problems. And in this regard, how do we improve our coordination and exchange of data and basically making solutions not only for one country, but for many, that basically would help us also to have better access for information, but also solutions that are striving from this. Let me stop here. I'm hoping not to risk to get a yellow card, but happy to add later.
No, you are not. Thank you so much, Dmitro. And thank you also for bringing already the regional perspectives, Sarah, which we'll also delve a little bit later. I'd like to learn more from you as well. This actually brings me now to turn to Your Excellency, Ms. Salya, the Finnish ambassador, because after all, the UN does not work without our member states. We are under the auspices of the grades of the countries. But even within among the member states, I think Finland is one of the champion countries when it comes to access to information, freedom of information. And of course, in this panel, we have invited you, Ambassador, not only as a representative of the country, but also the representative of the Media Freedom Coalition, MFC Philippines, the network in the Philippines. Just a quick background for our audience in case you do not know. MFC brings together 51 countries from 6 continents to promote the freedom of press freedom and safety. So, Your Excellency, maybe you could first tell us how the MFC works in the Philippines, or if you could also give us a little bit broader perspective in Southeast Asia, and then also highlight how you have been supporting initiatives related to access to information initiatives in Philippines, in the region, and also highlight why access to information is key to MFA's advocacy for media freedom. So over to you, Excellency.
Thank you, Maki, and pleasure to be here today. Yes, so Media Freedom Coalition has this rotating chairmanship, and Finland acts as a co-chair with Germany next 2 years, so from 2025 to 2027. We will give special attention to the safety of female journalists, and then support the strengthening of media literacy. We all know, and it has been already taken up many times today, that the information landscape is rapidly developing, and you need media literacy in order to also participate in the democracy or democratic or society, and that's why it's so important to us. I think MFC tries to both look sort of media freedom from societal point of view, but also from an individual perspective. So both here in the Philippines and in other countries that MFC is active, we have diplomatic advocacy efforts. So, you know, we try to maintain political attention or focus on media freedom. we have public statements, opinion pieces, we engage with decision makers, do this advocacy work. But then the other track, which is maybe even more important, is the protection efforts. And that's direct interventions, legal guidance to particular journalists, individual journalists, and especially their safety at, for example, local level. Well, we follow court cases, we're present in the courtroom, we give them support. So that is a big part of what MFC does. And then we do also this multi-stakeholder coordination. So we bring the government officials, media, NGOs together in order to facilitate dialogue, in order to improve the media freedom and the safety. A couple of concrete examples what MFC has done in Southeast Asia. MFC Secretariat is located in London, but they have a regional representative for this secretariat based in the Philippines. So that is already a sort of one signal how Southeast Asia is seen and the Philippines. Another example, there's been a media freedom mission which basically gathered global group of press freedom and media development organizations who came for a sort of fact-finding mission to the Philippines. And again, they met, of course, both with the different stakeholders, both the decision makers, civil society, but also journalists. So all these activities try in their way to shine the light and give attention to media freedom, but of course, at the behind that, or the basis is to combat impunity and secure justice for journalists. So just try to do it in different way to keep these issues on the agenda. And why is this so important? Because of course, freedom of expression and of opinion are the foundation of a democratic society. So that's why it's important. And then media is the platform for public debate, which we need for the freedom of expression. There needs to be a way of doing it. And good media, or good journalism, of course, is something that is based on facts. And the journalism is there, of course, for the citizens, for them to better understand what's happening in the society, what is the government doing on different levels, so that the citizens know their rights and can engage in the society. And then you have, as we've discussed already this morning, has to be based on facts. Facts regardless of the source, but journalists need to be able to get to the source, whatever that source is. And there, of course, then comes the importance of access to information. And it has been shown again and again, the freer the media is, the lower level of perceived corruption. So, and that link grows stronger when we have more widespread media access. So I think that in essence is where the sort of the freedom of expression and the link between facts, and there is the access to information. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Indeed, that reminds me, last year, the World Press Freedom Day, the topic was on press for the climate action, and we learned that the environmental journalist is one of the deadliest job profession you can have today. But that's also depending on how well that the journalists will have access to environmental information. It works hand in hand. So we have to have good access to environmental information, and also protecting and safeguarding the environmental journalists so that we can have access to accurate, timely, and good quality information to save us, as well. Thank you very much. So, sorry to keep you waiting, but. You come from Maldives, and Maldives is actually the 99th country to pass an access to information law in 2014. So it's almost more than 10 years now as well. And it demonstrates a great example of collaborative efforts between legislators, civil society, state institutions, and international experts. So could you tell us how, what are the key elements that made this possible at that time, 10 years ago, and what was the role of the international organization, particularly the UN, in making this possible or in the process of making that law come to reality?
Thank you, Maki. Thank you for the question. Maldives is a small island country. It's, only have less than 500,000 people, but have a very long history. And most of the time, they did not enjoy the democracy. However, Maldives, once the first day established, they have to survive and enjoy it by the international trade because they located right next to the trade channel. So interaction with internationally is a necessary survival, business for the Maldivian. Why I mention this, by early 2000, the Maldives developed this tourist industry, and one of the main, not one of them, the main industry of the country. Therefore, the society decided to integrate it with the international community fully, politically and economically. Because you're difficult to build up international investors' confidence if you do not have a politically also integrated with the international community. Therefore, start from early 2000, they start up election, separation of power, build up civil society, and enhance human rights. This is kind of the basic international society's rules. And by 2014, under that trend, they passed the access to information law, which is a cornerstone of as Ambassador said, of the democratic society and the supporter of all these pillars of democratic society's governance rules. And after that, actually, the country received quite a lot of international attention and benefits. Both in terms of international tourists, also international investment, also the loans, also financial support directly to the country's economic development. Currently, I think the country has reached the GDP levels more than $12,000 per capita. It's the highest in a South Asian country. The life expectancy is already more than 80 years old. Actually, for the women, it's 83, actually. It's really one of the top in Asia and also quite advanced globally. For a small island country, this kind of achievement is really come with very astonishing results. And I think the international community and the international investors' confidence on the country play a critical role in terms of this to support them. But how can they get the confidence? Because they understand the country, they have the information, they know what will happen now. Without understanding, without knowing the information, you cannot have a confidence on anything, right? Only after you're doing that, you have the confidence. So this is a good example of, when you have certain kind of a transparency and the information sharing, they're causing the benefit economic development in this country. From the United Nations perspective, this transparency and sharing this information is definitely part of our core value. From day one, we established in the Maldives, start to promote access to information, particularly environmental information, because as everybody knows, that island country is very vulnerable for climate change. It's only average 1.5 meter above the sea level. So if really we cannot reaching the climate goals, the country does have a risk of disappearing, in X years after that. Therefore, we're definitely promoting the country to establish this information sharing system domestically and internationally. With that system built up, they do attract quite a lot of support internationally, also giving the local community building up the public awareness to care about the environment, care about the pollution. And at the same time, you with these kind of efforts, you further support their tourism industry. You have a beautiful environment, clean water. You're definitely attracting more tourism to be that piece of land. So in addition to that, United Nations system, particularly UNDP, also support the government to build up the transparent governance system. We have a project approved called Accountability and Integrity Mechanism, particularly support the government on building up a transparent information sharing system. Of course, it's facing quite some challenges, but with the commitment of the government, with the commitment of the UN system, we're moving that agenda forward, even it's not, straightforward. But with this progress going on, it's showing at the more and more economic development benefit of the country, which I think the people and the government recognize that this is an important part. Actually, one of the most important part of democratic society. It's a cornerstone support all these basic pillars of the democracy system. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hao. I think you did a very good marketing to have, access to information legislation in other countries. Thank you so much. I mean, you have the legislation, and then you open the country, transparency, and increase confidence in the country, and then you bring more investment, economic development, so on. So thank you for advocating for that on all of our behalf. So, I mean, let me just come back to you, Hao. And so I'm going backwards because we kept you waiting for long at the first half. So with this, now that you have the access to information law, and I think we heard about the, the benefits of having it for the country, but do you see that this has also facilitated UN's work on the ground? And also, how does it benefit the civil society? Because investment is not necessarily civil society per se. So maybe a little bit twist into that as well.
I see. This access to the information law and also the data and information we received is almost critical for UN to set up our development strategy of the country. Every 5 years we have this cooperation framework. Without the basic fact support, it's impossible for UN to prioritize our development strategy. There is I think the 80% of the resident agencies working in Maldives is a non-resident agency. So the resources, like everybody facing, is always limited. So we have to assess the information that will be benefit for us to analyze the key challenges of country. Then we can try to prioritize our resources, our development efforts, as well as we can advocate it, the country's challenges with our major donors. Without this kind of information, it's difficult for UN to provide our support to the country in a timely, efficiently manner. Therefore, that is really critical and also important for us to try to advocate the country in the international community in terms of promoted more investment, promoted more support for the country's development. You're talking about the civil society. I think civil society is one of the major core pillars of any democratic governance system. Maldives is not excluded for that. With this access to information law, we can support the government and support certain civil society to develop capacities, particularly related to the environmental related perspective. As everybody's just saying, this country is particularly vulnerable for climate change. Therefore, without this information disclosed to the civil society, it's difficult for them to play the role as the check and balance, as well as difficult for them to mobilize a certain social attention, international attention, to support the government to address these environmental challenges. I think check and balance is one side of the goal to access information. But the other side of the goal is when you identify the issue, you can try to find the solution and try to advocate the issue and getting more support to address the solution. So in terms of that, I think a few civil society play critical role and really benefit from this access to information law on this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much again. Great examples, a lot of positive, results coming out of having access to information legislation. So thank you so much. If I may turn to Your Excellency Ambassador again. Earlier we asked you to respond in your capacity as MSC co-chair, and this time I'd like to really ask you to focus a bit more on your own country, Finland. And of course, Finland, along with your neighboring country, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, you're the champion countries when it comes to the field, a historic pioneer in the field of freedom of information, and you have already opened, you have established openness of all government records and documents as early as 1951. So in that context, with your experience, your country experience, could you share a particularly prominent example when this legislation was used by journalists, a researcher, or any ordinary citizen to bring about positive change to society, especially if it's related to environmental issue? That would be great. And how did you ensure transparency and accountability to protect and preserve and promote environmental sustainability in Finland?
Thank you. Now, when we don't have the yellow card, I will first take you to 1759, because that tells you something about the Nordic culture. So 1759, there was a philosopher and theologian, Peter Forsskål. So he was born in Helsinki, which at a time we were under Swedish rule. But 1759, he said, and now I have to read so I quote him correctly, "It's an important right in a free society to be freely allowed to contribute to society's well-being. However, if that is to occur, it must be possible for society's state of affairs to become known to everybody, and it must be possible for everyone to speak his mind freely about it." I'm just taking this up to explain how embedded this idea is in the Nordic and in Finnish culture. So we have really strong concept of the open government and transparency in society. And then, of course, we have the legislation, but the idea behind it is very strong. So, for example, we have a treasuryfinland.fi. It's a website. You can just go and see, for example, government borrowing, debt and cash management. There's a calculator. You'll get all the facts online, easy access. That's just one example. And because the administration is organized in this way that, when we use taxpayers' money, the citizen has the right to know. We do not have that many cases where you have to go to court to get access to information. Of course, we have those, so I found two, but it's just telling that when you have the strong legislation and the policy, then of course less cases, because then the system works. But I found two environmental cases. I think that these are quite typical ones. So in northern or eastern part of Finland, we had Talvivaara mine, and there were chemicals leaked from this mine to surrounding rivers and lakes. There was a journalist who was working for a sort of specialty magazine called Finland's Nature, so not a national big newspaper, who started following this, followed case by case, digging in, writing to this magazine, from where it then expanded to national level, and opened everything up. There was a court case, and eventually environmental protection laws were changed because of this case. So he made, of course, authorities very uncomfortable, but he was awarded from his reporting 2012. So that was one case. And in a way, typical environmental issue, a lot of interest on local level, economic interest, companies involved, so very sort of a classic environmental case. Another one reporting that also resulted in change of legislation is we have in Finland, in many other countries I'm sure as well, we have this legislation on predator compensation. So up in Lapland, there's a lot of reindeer herding, which is of course a traditional and important livelihood in northern Finland. And unlike cows, for example, reindeer just roam freely. They are not gated, and then they, of course, once in a while are killed by predators, and then the government compensates. And again, then there was a journalist who started following the payments when these kills happened and revealed irregularities on the payment scheme and how it was compensated. Started as a small article, again in a local newspaper, but spread there, legislation change. Also he was rewarded. So it was acknowledged that, you know, even if needed legislation change and authorities hadn't operated as they should, still it was seen that, you know, the journalists did what they were supposed to do. They revealed this case. So that was 2022. But then I have to take also an example of where the Finnish authorities have been too open. So also this might happen. So because of this open government culture, municipalities and other authorities, they put on their websites a lot of things that they think that, you know, is helpful for the citizens, so you don't always have to ask for it. And there were a lot of municipalities who had uploaded their preparedness plans. So what, in any crisis, so how do they prepare? And that, you know, when you first think of it, you think that that's really good. You know, everybody gets that access easily. However, the Finnish security environment has dramatically changed after February 2022 and the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. So there was a regional journalist who started going through these preparedness plans, which of course tell you the strengths, but of course reveal maybe some weaknesses or where you need, where there's a room of improvement. And then the national government said that maybe it's not a good thing that everybody can access those plans. They weren't totally said that you can't do it, but most of them then took that away. And also that journalist was awarded, again, shining light to this. But of course, the access to information starts from that everything is public, unless there's a reason that it's not. And those restrictions, of course, in the Finnish case are quite limited. But this was just, sometimes it's also this way. But media and reporting involved, things got corrected a bit again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think it's always a very delicate balance between, you know, keeping it open and transparent and also a national security issue, which becomes more complicated. But at the same time, openness also means that there's certain level of self-control, self-restraint, and being very accountable to the people of your country. Thank you. So I know that I've been warned of the time. I'm getting the yellow card now. But let me come back to, because Dimitro, at the end, you talked about the regional collaboration, and I think that's also very important, although you are also based, you know, in a country responsible for a country, but especially when it comes to environmental issue like climate change and climate actions, I mean, it's an issue that you cannot really solve within a country alone. You have to work because everything goes across borders. So in the case of Central Asia, because I'm going to ask the same question to you, Mr. Bakunov, in the Southeast Asia context, but in the Central Asian context, can you also share with us challenges, you know, in regional coordination, collaboration in addressing this issue, and also if there's any other kind of suggestion, you know, for other countries to follow, or in case you have some kind of any inspiration you get from other regions that you could try to apply in the Central Asian context. Over to you.
Thank you so much for this question. And you are absolutely right. Of course, for us in Central Asia, the cross-border cooperation is very important. And as I was saying before, the climate change does not know borders. You know, I have been in Turkmenistan now for 4 years, and in the first year, I had to travel to Iran. And in northern Iran, it's completely devastated by the sandstorms that come from Central Asia. And the majority of these storms originated when the man-made disaster of Aral Sea happened. And so you can see basically the entire villages now completely wiped out because people lost their income, people lost their livelihood, and they had to move on, and this area is devastated. And this is basically the example of how one natural disaster affected sort of a different country thousands of kilometers away. And for this reason, obviously, we now face desertification. We face, of course, lack of water. The glaciers are melting in Tajikistan, in Kyrgyzstan. That impacts on the water supply that goes from, for example, Tajikistan via Afghanistan to Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, and we are on the sort of receiving end now getting 10% less water. 10% less water, it means that certain type of agriculture you cannot do anymore. It means that there is less water available for other means. And so this is where the critical point comes. How do the countries of Central Asia can cooperate together? Because obviously they are all together in this. And how they extend this cooperation to other countries in the region so that some common solutions could be found. So what we try to do, we try to first stimulate that there is a good exchange between the countries. And for this reason, for 4 years in a row, jointly with FAO, but also joined by UNDP, of course, UNEP, Economic Commission for Europe, we organize a conference where we speak about food security and climate change. That brings ministers of environment, agriculture from countries of Central Asia, and we discuss not only what we do well in our countries, which we can borrow from one another, but also where we can sort of share some joint responsibility in addressing this. It had actually brought some results. There is much better information exchange, and information these days, of course, would allow you to better tailor a solution that could help. Also, there was a very good initiative put forward by the government of Turkmenistan back in 2012 at the Rio Plus summit, where they suggested that there should be probably under the UN auspices, a climate change technology center. And the idea of that center is that whatever technology we find, we share with other countries. Of course, there is a similar center in Copenhagen that works for the entire planet, but in Central Asia, we were a little bit in the vacuum. So we are helping the government basically to go through all the legal hoops and everything to establish the center. We are very, very close. The 5 presidents of Central Asia received our proposal, they approved it. It's now a matter of how we would make this center happen under the UN umbrella. But from our perspective, technology is very important, but also the center would deal with common research and also scientific, basically, exchange. And this, we hope, we will help the region to sort of do better. Another, I think, issue that we were very keen on, and I mean, this year, Turkmenistan hosts this LLDC 3 conference that happens every 10 years. Bahadir and I were part of this. And one of the issue that came up very prominently is about climate change. All landlocked countries, Central Asia, but many others, face similar issues. And for this reason, I'm very pleased that this conference in Avazai in Turkmenistan highlighted many issues that are relevant for us, both for Turkmenistan but for Central Asia. So now we have a program of action for the next 10 years, and that would be something that we will try to drive all countries of the region to do together. I have to mention also our work with young people. We sponsor this LCOI, local conferences on youth, on environment, that happen everywhere in Turkmenistan, and now we took it to the next level, and we bring basically young activists from Central Asia for similar activities. So this way we try to basically harness this incredible potential that we have for youth, because Central Asia is a very young region, We have a lot of young people who are really willing to put a lot of efforts into this, and this is something that had been happening now, and we are very pleased with the results. And perhaps the last example that I would give is we started last year, and it was a big success. We brought diplomats of Central Asia together for training of young diplomats about the United Nations, and a big aspect of this is about environment and environmental information. We bring experts to share with them what the UN does and what platform UN offers to young diplomats. Of course, the idea is that normally diplomats of this region are not that well connected. We create this platform, they exchange ideas, and of course the challenges are many. And we create, therefore, through these diplomats, a network, and soon they would become policymakers, including on the environment, and that would basically be also something that the region can do. So, of course, we heard today, and I'm very, again, pleased that there was this Escazú agreement in Latin America. We had spoken about this to our governments in the region, and this is something where I think the inspirations will come from, because I think we need to make a next step. The Aarhus Convention is a very good basis, and we are all sort of using it extensively. So as you see, we have some mechanism in our disposal that we are trying to basically materialize in real achievements. It's, of course, not something that you can do step by step. It's a process that would result eventually in access to better information and better practices. But we started this journey, and we hope we will bring it to a good conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mitro. Same question to you, Bahadur, and also putting that in more of a Southeast Asian context, how regional collaboration could help, improve transparency and accountability through access to information. So over to you.
Thank you, Maki. And I cannot not react. I think it's a pleasure to listen to Dmitry, because in addition to being an international civil servant, I'm also a citizen of the region where he's serving, and it's really encouraging to see regional solutions to really centuries-old problems, and also some of the new problems that we're seeing, such as climate change. So I think really when he speaks about RLC and the sandstorms and how they know no boundaries, I can really relate and say, similar in Southeast Asia and the Mekong region, because the water management is truly transboundary. And I think we see a lot of issues because of the choices a single country makes on all the downstream or upstream countries. So I think it's a very, very relevant conversation, the whole regional element of it. Let me start by saying that Laos is both a least developed country as well as a landlocked country. So I think regional cooperation is a means to survival. And I see really three principal levels of engagement that are really beginning to make difference. One is ASEAN. And to me, hugely important that we have this community of ASEAN nations. Once it identifies a common concern and work through the issues, it really is the tide that lifts all the boats. And I think it's been a really positive influence on some really tough issues on trafficking, labor migration, skills recognition, and similar. So I think really a very important element of how countries derive development progress and accrue development benefit. Second, very important is Mekong. And I think there is, and I think I would look at it beyond the countries that share the stream, because I think Mekong originates in the upper reaches in China, and I think some of the things that characterize the development of this main artery are really even cross-regional. So a lot of cooperation is beginning to take place. Many different issues, not just water management, but also issues around transboundary crime, human trafficking, and I think there's a lot of cooperation happening in that space. And again, a regional approach is the way to go, because none of these issues can truly be solved within the confines of a single country. I want to also just profile a few key initiatives. they really help demonstrate that access to information is not a domestic governance issue. It's really becoming a regional norm that's reinforced by peer comparison and quite a bit of normative pressure on countries as well. For instance, Madam Ambassador spoke about freedom of information and freedom of media. Hugely relevant topic because in Laos, to be very candid, a very, very restricted space for any sort of independent inquiry. So I think this is really very relevant, and the more we discuss it in regional context, I think there is a pressure for countries to undertake change processes and reform initiatives. A few things that are really working, in my opinion, are initiatives like Surveyor Mekong that use satellite and geospatial data to strengthen environmental monitoring across the Mekong Basin. The ASEAN agreement on transboundary haze pollution, I think we're all suffering from extreme levels of air pollution in our region. And it's, again, one of those scourges that knows no borders. So that agreement obliges member states to share information on cross-border air quality. Finally, platforms like Environmental Democracy Observatory, EDO, provide some good sense of benchmarking and transparency indicators, and also quite a bit of peer learning opportunities. They're not UN specific to the UN, but we really encourage and support them. So, when we see a good regional initiative, we will do a lot at the regional level, but also at country level to enable meaningful engagement and participation of countries in those initiatives. On climate finance, perhaps my last point, we see a lot of disclosure on climate finance that's beginning to occur, and I think this is very healthy. We see things like the instruments such as Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility. They oblige countries to disclose environmental and social safeguards, and I think that sets the pace for everybody else. Maki, I know you're looking at me disapprovingly, but maybe just one last point, and you started with that, essentially asking, so what's the resident coordinator? And I guess the audience is wondering why there are resident coordinators on this panel. Hugely relevant to have a whole of the UN approach. In my case, my country team is 25 agencies, funds, and programs, so it's super important for us to push in the same direction and really continually look at complementarities of things. One of my colleagues spoke earlier about data. And data could be a blessing and a curse because it's costly, it rapidly falls out of date, but most importantly, it has to talk to other kinds of data. And one of my realizations was UN and other development partners are doing so much work on data because we all genuinely believe data is where we need to make progress. But if the data is duplicative, if it overlaps, or if it's like a one-shot and then we forget about it, this is a serious concern. So an approach we adopted in Laos is really have a kind of a clearinghouse for all data initiatives. So we are complementary in what we do, and I think the climate vulnerability resilience is a good showcase. We had at one point 3 or 4 very similar initiatives, and we had to rein them in together and really bring them all together and link them up, because it's important that we do work at scale and also with credibility. And really, my pet peeve is also to strengthen interoperability of data, because we really need to make sure that the agriculture systems speak with Meteo and all the other things. So this is, to me, a tangible illustration of how coordination really can contribute and add value and really do a very important sense-making of the different work that happens within the UN, but also outside of the UN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fusi. Sorry, I was not looking at you. I was looking at my yellow card over there. But I kind of resisted. Apologies for that. No, just wanted to double check. Do we still have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience? Okay, that's good. I was getting a bit worried that maybe I'm completely out of time, but I think it was worth making sure that we hear our panel speakers, and I think the last point was also very important for me personally to hear as a UNESCO person, because we also try to be part of the UN country team as much as possible, and pushing this topic, not as a UNESCO topic, but as a UN topic, is critical to make sure that we are really making sure that we are supporting the country in a, in an I would say, coordinated manner, right? So we have probably time for 1, 2 questions, depending on how long your question could be, but I know that you must be waiting for this opportunity to ask any burning questions to our panel speakers. So I would like to take at least 1 or 2 and then see how the timekeeper allows us to keep on going. So the first speaker, and please do introduce yourself. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning or afternoon. Oh, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Wesonga. I work with Article 19, which is an organization where we work to champion for people's right to speak and right to know. So thank you so much about the panel. And I wanted to ask something specifically with regards to Media Freedom Coalition and something that is very close to my heart when it comes to environmental information. Based in Nairobi, Kenya, so from the African continent, and you may not know, but I'm a very youthful person, meaning I'm a young person, and matters around environment and the planet obviously have massive impact when it comes to our future. A big concern, though, that we are seeing is as much as our continent is on the receiving end of the worst impact of whether it's climate change or environmental issues, access to information remains largely a challenge. Most concerning is around journalists, whistleblowers, people who are trying to provide this information to the communities or trying to disclose this information so that it makes sense to the people and then it trickles down to how we are able to respond. Unfortunately, there is a massive pushback, not just around journalists being able to access information. We've spoken very widely about the uptake of the access to information laws and their usability. But we've also seen that there's a very big gap and a shrinking or rather clawback when it comes to environmental information where profit is being put before people. So a lot of times when it comes to engagement around climate agreements, around what is happening around the environment, there's a proactive disclosure towards what companies are doing, but there's really no intentionality in disclosing this information to the people for people to be able to engage meaningfully. However, what we are seeing is pushback when whistleblowers try to disclose this information, when journalists seek this information, or complete blackout of requests around this information. Something also important that was mentioned, the one thing that we can all feel whether we are the perpetrators or the recipients is climate and environment. If something happens in Kenya, it just doesn't end in Kenya. It goes to different countries. Like we've said, this is something that affects various countries. So back to my question is, I am curious around what opportunity or foresight does the Media Freedom Coalition or institutions, whether it's Finland, whether it's the UN, with regards to creating safeguards around those who are seeking this information, especially protection of journalists, specifically environmental journalists who we are seeking to clarify or rather to place as human rights defenders, because we've seen quite a lot that happens when they try to disclose this information or try to make communities aware of this. Second thing is how this trickles down to the people. I love Manila, it's very far from my home. We're about 8 hours. I flew 24 hours to get here. But at the end of the day, if I was asked about how these very big policies then trickle down, unfortunately, this reality is not being felt. We have so many climate agreements, we have so many environmental policies, but the reality is that they're not trickling down. So I wanted to use the Media Freedom Coalition as an example because it has various countries, some with access to information laws, some without, some with very progressive media laws, some without. there's also very many technical partners who are part of it. So my question is whether there's opportunity for us to be able to leverage on that, use that, not just to hold each other to account, but also to ensure that these conversations do not end in Manila. I'm able to receive that. And I'm saying this because I'll give an example of what the government of Philippines did really well. I came a bit earlier because Philippines is beautiful and I encourage you guys to visit. And I was in Palawan, in El Nido, to try and just visit this country and get my scuba diving certificate. And one of the very immediate impacts I saw about communicating environmental information was when we would get alerts from the Coast Guard on whether or not we can be able to access the sea or not. And because it's typhoon season, what is happening? And so we were able to receive that information proactively and plan accordingly. So I'm hoping that this then, we can see how that translates into the lived realities of the Filipino people. Yeah. So my challenge to you is a little bit more thought and also a little bit more actionable steps on how not just the Media Freedom Coalition or the UN, but everyone who's here is able to translate to the lived realities of people.
I think we need to let the panel respond, otherwise they might forget the core part of the question. So, but I think it's essentially addressed to you, Ambassador.
Thank you. The MFC, of course, is a coalition of countries, but in third countries, it is embassies who are doing the coalition work. There, it is sort of soft, how would you say, soft power that we are using because it is the advocacy, it is engaging with decision makers, but and shining light to the cases, giving protection to the journalists with the means we have as embassies working in the third country. And I agree with you. The society itself, of course, access to information doesn't solve everything. You have to have in that country then functioning judicial system that you can trust on, and sort of all the actors of the governance and society have to play their role for it to work in a sort of a perfect way. What we can do is basically in these countries keep the focus on the challenges, provide tools or also sort of views on how to solve them, but the MFC can't per se operate in a way in the country. That has to come from the nationals in that country. So we have a role, but we can't extend to, more than our role is. So it really also, how do I say, requires for the actors of a certain society to take up these issues.
I think Bahadur and Dimitar would have a few, kind of briefly, sorry.
Telegrammatically. Thank you for that question. I'd like to very briefly react to two elements. One is there are significant member states processes embedded in the work of the Human Rights Council and the work that's led by the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And really, it is a very sensitive work, particularly around rights activists, rights defenders, journalists. But it does happen. So countries stand scrutiny of civil society in those spaces, but also of each other, member states assessing other member states. So I think this is not a well-publicized element of UN's work, but if you follow a particular country and discussions that take place, for instance, my country, Laos, has just received 257 observations in its fourth UPR cycle, and many of them speak to the heart of the issues that you're describing. So really, my hat goes off to the work of the High Commissioner and his team, we were able to mobilize a little bit of a capacity for my office. We're in the process of getting human rights advisor, a non-political advisory function embedded with resident coordinators. So I kind of feel that resident coordinators have this job, very sensitive job of integrating rights elements in all of what UN does. Second angle I would like to reflect upon is going back to my original point on accountability. UN obviously generates a lot of norms and practices and is sort of the custodian of many of these global initiatives and standards, but we also must stand the scrutiny of civil society in how we work ourselves. And I think this is really a very important point, because I would like to think if any journalist wants to find out what UN is doing in Turkmenistan, in the Maldives, or in Lao PDR, we have one place where they can go to and zero in on any sustainable development goal or any many of the indicators that we have, including 1610.2, and find out how much UN is spending, who we're partnering with, how are we engaging with civil society and rights activists. So I think this information, it's called UN Info, really open domain. It's right there, it's updated every year through a great effort, but I think it's worth it because we are very transparent in how we function. And I think that work starts at home for us.
Thank you. Dimitro, briefly.
Very briefly. Thank you so much for your question. I spent 2 years working in Somalia. Nairobi was my home, so delighted that you are here, and I have very good memories of also how journalists work in Nairobi. Look, not to repeat what my colleague said, and of course Bahadir explained it very well, we also have in Turkmenistan this idea that we invite journalists once in some regular intervals and speak about different topics. So last year, on the 24th of October, we have the UN Day. And so all heads of agencies invited bloggers, journalists to have an open session, open mic. And we also publicize about this. And this way, I also feel that we give some certain degree of protection to journalists because they're affiliated with us, we work very closely with the government, and this is something I think that is very important. Another aspect, Turkmenistan has fourth largest natural gas reserves in the world. And environmental information, as you can imagine, is not always easy because, of course, it's about how you sell gas, oil, how you make profit, and sometimes it's difficult because there are some leakages, this and that. And this is where we work with the government, but also with the international media. So, for example, regularly, The Guardian, some newspapers call us for our own data and our own analysis, which we share. And this is also a way how to protect local journalists, give them voice, but also how international media, of course, particularly in these big multinational corporations, they listen to this because it's about reputation and profit. And this is also the way I found very useful for us to play a role. And this is, as Bahadir was saying, we have a lot of information on our website, so it all sort of somehow connects the dots.
Thank you very much, and I believe that we do have to wrap up now for sure. I'm the one who's getting the red card, and now I feel how it feels like. I know what it feels like to get a red card. But I should have, well, it's always difficult for a moderator to wrap up a session that was so enriching and rich in information, knowledge, and so on. So I would probably not dare to do that, but I should have actually introduced at the very beginning. I have a very capable rapporteur, my colleague Anna, who's later on will be giving us a summary of the session. So please wait for that. But I count that you have also gained a lot of knowledge, and it has already filled your stomach before lunchtime. So I hope you can still have your lunch as well. But just one word for me to wrap up. I think for the UN, of course, no one left behind is our mantra under the SDG. But in order not to leave anyone behind, access of information is critical and indispensable. So that's one message I would like to leave behind. The other thing that, for me, as I said, I'm coming from education, and access to information is probably the very first step in any process in education. But of course, access of information is not enough. It has to be turned into knowledge, it has to be turned into behavior change, and then to action and to societal change. But at the same time, if you don't get that first step right, then the rest of the process will go wrong. So I think in that sense, access to information is critical, and the international community on the panel here are ready to work with all of you, and I really look forward to working together in the coming days to further promote access to information in all the countries around the world. Of course, not to leave the remaining 53 countries that is rest to adopt any legislative measures to improve access to information. So with that, thank you very much. Please join me with a big applause for the speakers. Thank you very much. And I turn back the microphone to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Mackey, and to our panelists, thank you. And such a meaningful and engaging exchange. Too bad we are pressed for time because the next event is also very important for everyone. The perspectives shared today truly enrich our understanding of how access to environmental information can shape stronger cooperation, preparedness, and climate action. Okay, in the Philippines, mealtime is more than just about food. It's also about sharing stories, laughter, and good company. So, as we break for lunch, we invite you to not only enjoy the dishes prepared, but also the conversations that will be shared. Lunch will be served at the buffet area, Kusina Sea Kitchens. Just turn left or simply follow the delightful aroma of the food waiting for you. Our ushers will also be happy to guide you along the way. And for our online participants, we hope your lunch today is just as special and enjoyable. Take time to explore, connect, and be inspired by these showcases waiting for you. No delivery buffet for our online participants. Enjoy, and we'll see you back here at 1:45 or just 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock sharp. Once again, enjoy, and we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock, okay? Tara, kain tayo. Bon appetit, everyone. Good afternoon. May we request for those of you who have your translator devices to please leave them on your seats or hand them over to our ushers. Once again, for those of you who have your translator devices, oh dear, I hope you can understand me though. Please leave them on your seats or hand them over to our ushers. Thank you very much. good laughs. I can hear it from my table sometimes. And most of the time, to connect with colleagues and friends is the afternoon, or, we started the afternoon with that. Yes, I'm jumbling my words. We'd also like to welcome back our online participants on YouTube, Facebook, that's FOI Philippines, and also the UNESCO website. Okay, the UNESCO website as well. We are hoping that your lunch was as good as ours, although I doubt it. And we encourage you to stay with us as we continue the program until the close of day one. Now that we're geared up for the next part, let's return to the heart of the program. This afternoon, we move into panel discussion 2, which will take a closer look at different international standards setting instruments, such as the ESCASU Agreement and the Aarhus Convention, OECD and UNESCO policies, as well as the ATI model law for small island developing states, all aimed at strengthening the right to information at the regional level. Now, for this session, we will be breaking out into 2 breakout rooms, giving us not just the chance to explore these topics more deeply, but also to move around and engage in smaller, more focused discussions. Our ushers will be on hand, as usual, to guide you to your chosen breakout session. Now, here's a quick background on each breakout room. Breakout room 1 for panel discussion 2A will focus on the ESCASU Agreement and the Aarhus Convention, the two landmark frameworks that safeguard the right to access environmental information and public participation in decision-making. Now, this session will be guided by Mr. Gilbert Sendugwa, Executive Director of the African Freedom of Information Center in Uganda, who will serve as our moderator. May we see? Hi, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you. Let me also share our breakout room 1 panelists. Ms. Patricia Madrigal Cordero, Chair, CSIC ESCASU Agreement, Costa Rica. Ma'am, are you in the room? Okay. Mrs. Pansy Tlakula, Chairperson, Information Regulator, South Africa. Hi, good afternoon. Ms. Noriko Okubo, Professor and co-leader of the Green Access Project, Osaka University, Japan. Hello. Ms. Marie Whelan, Political Analyst, Innovative Digital and Open Government Division, OECD. Did I say, how do you, Whelan? The first one was correct, and I had to do it wrong the second time. I am terribly sorry. Mr. Manuel Castillo, Environmental Affairs Officer, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, UNESCO. Hi, good afternoon, sir. On the other hand, breakout room 2 for panel discussion 2B will take up OECD and UNESCO policies, as well as the ATI model law for small island developing states, examining how these instruments can serve as tools for advancing transparency and strengthening regional cooperation. To guide us through this discussion, we are honored to welcome our moderator, Mr. Ramon Tuazon, Secretary General of the Asian Media Information and Communication Center, Philippines. Mr. Ramon Tuazon. Hi, sir. Good afternoon. We are delighted to welcome the following panelists for Session 2B. Ms. Elizabeth Tidd, Information Commissioner, Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, Australia. Hi, Ms. Elizabeth. Ms. Ahmed Ahid Rashid, Information Commissioner, Maldives. Hello, sir. Mr. Toby Mendel, Executive Director, Center for Law and Democracy, Canada. It's so nice to see you again, sir. With those in mind, you may now choose which session best aligns with your interests and expertise. Now, for those joining Breakout Room 2, Panel Discussion 2B, our ushers will guide you to meeting rooms 1A to 1B just across the hall. If you'll be participating in Breakout Room 1, kindly remain in your seats here inside the plenary hall. Now for our online partakers, our online correspondent will be sharing the Zoom link and instructions on Facebook should you wish to join Breakout Room 2. If you're more interested in the topics under Breakout Room 1, kindly stay with us in the live session. All right, let's get moving and begin our breakout discussions. For those joining Breakout Room 2, please be reminded to leave your devices, if you can understand. Oh, you're still wearing them? Okay, leave them at your seat or return to our ushers at the exit. We'll see you back here at the main plenary hall at 3 p.m. or after an hour, right? The time now is? Okay, our moderator for 2A may now take over the stage. Thank you very much. Around 3:18. For those who are going to Breakout Room 2, please be back by 3:18. Thank you very much. For those who are staying here at the plenary hall, please occupy the seats near the stage for a more compressed discussion or more compressed viewership of the discussion. Please, everyone, occupy the seats near the stage, just a few rows forward.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. May I request that we come closer so that we're able to interact? People at the back, could you please come closer? You are all most welcome to this session, which is going to be discussing regional frameworks in action, focusing on ESCOs, Aarhus, and beyond on advancing the right to information, the right to environmental information. My name is Gilbert Sendugwa, and I work with the Africa Freedom of Information Center based in Kampala, Uganda. We have an eminent panel of distinguished leaders in their various fields. To begin with, we have Ms. Patricia Madrigo Cordero, who is the chairperson of the committee to support the implementation and compliance with the ESCOs agreement in Costa Rica. Please join me in welcoming her to this panel. Thank you very much. And we have Ms. Pansy Tilakura, the chairperson of South Africa's information regulator. Pansy, you are most welcome to this panel. Next, we have Ms. Noriko Okubo, the co-leader of the Green Access Project based at Osaka University in Japan. We also have Ms. Mari Wiran, policy analyst, Innovative Digital and Open Government Division at the OECD. You are most welcome. And last but not least is Mr. Manuel Castillo, Environmental Affairs Officer of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. This panel will examine how key regional instruments, such as the ESCOs and Aarhus Convention, are advancing the right to information in respective regions. And panelists will highlight practical experiences and applications and lessons for strengthening transparency and accountability across regions. Let me start with you, Patricia. Can you give us some of the insights and highlights? Sorry. What are the main characteristics of the ESCOs agreement and its implementation process based on your experience?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm going to change to Spanish. If you need the translation, please get an advice. Sorry about it. You can use mine, but I'm not using it. Bueno, muchas gracias y muy buenas tardes. El proceso del acuerdo de Escazú se llama así porque Escazú es un cantón cercano a San José, Costa Rica, donde se adoptó el texto el 4 de marzo del 2018. Es un proceso que comenzó en el 2012 en la conferencia de Río +20 con una declaración impulsada principalmente por Chile, en donde se admitía que los países latinoamericanos no habían avanzado lo suficiente en el cumplimiento del principio 10.
Is everyone picking the translation? It seems to be. Assistance with the translation? Interpretation? English is what? Okay. Sorry? Channel 3?
Is in channel 3. Okay. If not, I can change to English, so let me know if it's translated or not. Okay, so, como decía, el proceso comienza en el 2012, cuando una declaración impulsada por Chile y firmada por 10 países, ¿are we okay now? Okay. Firmada por 10 países de América Latina, reconocen que no han habido avances suficientes en el cumplimiento del principio 10. Del 2012 al 2014 se hicieron los trabajos preparatorios y del 2014 al 18 se dieron las 8 negociaciones que culminaron con el texto que se adoptó el 4 de marzo. Entonces, es un proceso que en 6 años logró adoptar este texto, que luego entró en vigor en el 2021 con 13 países. Actualmente 18 países de América Latina y el Caribe son miembros, son estados parte, y hay 33 países en la región. Todavía tenemos el reto de avanzar mucho en ese sentido. El Acuerdo de Escazú regula los derechos de acceso a la información, a la participación pública y al acceso a la justicia en materia ambiental. Y lo que hace es establecer una serie de estándares para que los países cumplan con ese piso mínimo para poder hacer realidad estos derechos de acceso. Y tiene un cuarto pilar que es muy importante y es el de la protección de de los defensores en materia de derechos humanos en asuntos ambientales, lo que conocemos como defensores ambientales, regulado por primera vez en un instrumento internacional en el artículo 9. Y también tiene un eje transversal a lo largo del acuerdo para que las medidas que los estados adopten consideren las personas y grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad. Entonces, en resumen, podemos decir que que es el primer acuerdo para América Latina y el Caribe en materia ambiental, tiene una gobernanza ya establecida, ha tenido 4 conferencias de las partes, tiene una mesa directiva y tiene el Comité de Apoyo para la Aplicación y la Implementación del Acuerdo de Escazú, que es el que yo coordino.
Thank you very much, Madam Patricia. Yes, Advocate Lakula, can you please give an overview of the African multilateral instruments that promote access to environmental rights across Africa, borrowing from your experience through the African Commission and, of course, in your other hats? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gilbert, and good afternoon to everyone. Let me thank the government of the Philippines for the warm welcome and UNESCO for inviting us. The normative framework in Africa is the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and it's a treaty body, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I had the privilege of serving as the chairperson of the commission and the special rapporteur on access to information, freedom of expression and access to information in Africa. So the right to a clean environment is entrenched in the African Charter in Article 24, which provides that all people shall have a right to a general satisfactory environment favorable to their development. The right of access to information is entrenched also in the African Charter in Article 9.1, which says every individual shall have the right to receive information, and it's an unrestricted and unlimited right. And there's also the African Convention on the Conservation of the Nature and Natural Resources of 2013, and Article 26 of this convention requires states to adopt legislative and regulatory measures necessary to ensure timely and appropriate dissemination of environmental information, access of the public to environmental information, participation of the public in decision-making with a potential significant environmental impact, and access to justice in matters related to the protection of the environment and natural resources. In addition, virtually all 54 countries on the African continent have established legal frameworks for environmental rights. 35 countries have enshrined the right to a safe or clean environment in their constitutions, and 53 countries on the African continent have enacted legislation aimed at environmental rights. And on the access to information side, I think, Gilbert, how many do we have now? I can ask you because we worked on this project together, and you're still working on it. 30 as of yesterday, because it was 29 when I prepared. So 30 of the 54 countries have access to information legislation. I'm asking Gilbert because we worked on the model law on access to information in Africa. And at the time when we worked on this model law, which were to help African states to adopt 88 countries, at that time we had 5 countries, remember, and we're able to increase those countries. At least when I left the commission, it was around 20 or so. I'm glad to hear that it's now 30. But we have all these normative frameworks, but as you know, the implementation of the normative frameworks remain weak, And this is a result of lack of resources to effectively implement the normative frameworks, and also very weak enforcement mechanisms and poor record keeping in most of our countries. So what's the use of having an access to information law if you have poor record keeping, because you can't even access that information? But there are examples, at least, where this right has been taken forward at national level. In my country, South Africa, in a case called the BioWatch case, an environmental NGO asked for access to information on genetically modified organisms from the Registrar of GMOs. Of course, they succeeded on the merits, but what happened at the High Court is that the court then imposed costs on this NGO, and if you're an NGO and you have to pay legal costs, I mean, that can also bankrupt you. The NGO then appealed to the Constitutional Court, which then held that if an NGO brings a case like that, you know, the costs were reserved because the case was brought in the public interest. And this, of course, created very needed jurisprudence as far as environmental rights are concerned. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights has also adjudicated complaints on the right of the environmental right. The famous case of SERAC Social and Economic Rights Action Center versus the Center for Economic, and the Center for Economic and Social Rights says versus Nigeria. This was a case that was held by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in 2002, where the Commission held that the government of Nigeria has to take measures to ensure protection of the environment, health, and livelihood of the people of the Ogoni land. I think most of you will remember this case. I think it's the one that involved Ken Saro-Wiwa, who was killed many years ago. The African Court on Human and People's Rights also in 2023 also adjudicated on a case of Lido versus the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. And this case involved the dumping of hazardous waste. And in this particular case, also the court held that the state had the responsibility to protect the citizens, the communities. Let me leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Lakuda. Noriko Okubo, the Green Access Project promotes public participation, access to environmental information, and access to justice. Could you please share the characteristics of the Asia compared to European and Latin American countries that are signatories to the Aarhus Convention and also the ESCUS Agreement in accordance with the findings from this project which you lead? Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert. Yeah, first of all, I would like to briefly introduce the Green Access Project, which was launched in 2010 with the aim of promoting Principle 10 of Rio Declaration in Japan and throughout Asia. Over the past 15 years, we have collaborated with researchers, legal experts, and NGOs in more than 20 countries. The project was developed in 4 stages. In first phase, we examined how the Aarhus Convention strengthened access to information, public participation, and access to justice in its member states, and identified challenges for Japan. In phase 2, we expanded our research to Asia and Latin America. No, sorry. Yeah. More concretely, in Japan, we built a database of approximately 1,000 local ordinances related to public participation. In collaboration with the Japanese NGO network, ArthNet Japan, we published a Japanese language pamphlet on the Aarhus Convention. Regionally, we conducted comparative research on public participation in environmental impact assessment across 8 countries, including the Philippines, Indonesia, India, Thailand, China, and Japan. We also hosted multiple international conferences in Osaka, inviting speakers from Europe, US, and Latin America. Unfortunately, Africa remains unexplored, so we look forward to learning from you today. According to the findings, although ASEAN countries are not parties to the Aarhus Convention and lack regional legal frameworks like the ESCAS agreement, progress has not been absent. Significant advancements in access rights have been observed in many ASEAN countries since the late 90s. For instance, regarding public participation in EIA, all 8 surveyed countries have legal frameworks mandating participation. However, the number of participation opportunities varies from 1 to 10, very diverse. But in any way, most countries mandate both written submissions and public hearings. These are positive aspects. Nevertheless, challenges remain. Public awareness of EIA procedure is low. The information provided is often limited to project benefits and highly technical. The decision-making process lacks transparency, and the reasons for decisions are rarely disclosed. This demonstrates that access to information is essential for meaningful public participation. Regarding access to justice, international innovations are advancing. India established the National Green Tribunal in 2010. The Philippines and China have introduced environmental courts or tribunals. Indonesia implements an environmental justice system. These specialized court procedures offer innovative remedies such as writ of Kalikasan in the Philippines. Kalikasan means nature. We also examine environmental public interest litigation in 7 countries. 6 countries, excluding Japan, grant environmental NGOs standing to sue. Public interest litigation is well established in India and the Philippines, while in China, NGO standing is limited to civil cases.
Could you wrap up in 1 minute?
Yes.
Thank you.
These trends reflect the expanding global network of environmental judges playing a crucial role in advancing environmental justice. However, the effectiveness of such measures depends on judicial discretion and capacity, and the effective environmental rulings remains a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing those rich experiences. Let me come to Marie. You have done a lot of work, including an inciting report on shifting power with partners and inclusive capacity and participatory policy making in Armenia. But also your work involves supporting OECD's mission to strengthen democratic institutions and public participation innovations globally. Now, drawing specifically on the topic of today's discussion, can you give us some of the insights into findings from the OECD on how countries are fulfilling the obligations around public access to environmental information?
Thank you, Gilbert. I'm delighted to be here today, and I'd also like to thank UNESCO and our generous hosts from the Philippines for inviting me to take part in this important discussion, and especially this panel on regional and international frameworks in particular. I'm a bit of an odd one out because I'm not going to speak about one particular region, but I'll speak a bit about the perspective of the OECD and share some findings from our member countries, but also from key partners and some non-members that we work closely with. Most of what I'll mention is based on our latest report, Open Government for the Green Transition, which was launched last week, and it's available online if any of you would like to learn more. Maybe I'd first off say that even in these turbulent times, I think that many of us are facing, we are seeing that countries are continuing to recognize that access to information, access to environmental information is really critical to tackling the complex climate challenges that countries are facing. I'm obviously preaching to the choir a bit here, but it supports evidence-based policymaking. It helps citizens to really understand developments around green policies and make informed choices also in their own lives. And it essentially allows media, civil society actors to monitor government actions. I won't speak too much about what others have mentioned, but obviously these different international and regional frameworks have been really key to putting that on the agenda, from the Rio Declaration to Aarhus, Escazú, the Paris Agreement, but also the OECD has two standards in this area, which puts it really central to the work that we do as well. Firstly, the 2017 recommendation on open government, which really recognizes access to information as the first step on the ladder of participation. So it's essentially a prerequisite if you want citizens and civil society actors to be able to engage in policy making and decision making. And also more recently in 2022, we have an OECD recommendation specifically on environmental information and reporting, which calls on countries to take all necessary actions to increase the availability of environmental information and to also ensure adequate dissemination and timely and user-friendly access to that information. So obviously those instruments and those soft standards have really helped to strengthen national access to information frameworks. They've embedded legally binding standards, many of them, for transparency, but not only transparency, also participation and justice around environmental matters. So if I have the time, I would just go into some very quick trends and challenges that we're seeing around the actual implementation of some of these frameworks. Firstly, we're seeing vague definitions of what environmental information actually is. So for example, most countries have general access to information laws, but they may lack clarity on what actually constitutes environmental information. But we're seeing some good practices there on sector-specific legislation. So for example, Chile has access to information provisions in their framework environmental law. So this really gives a precise definition and also outlines responsibilities and obligations for public officials around access to information in that sector. Secondly, scope and applicability. So things like which public bodies are actually required to disclose environmental information. So good practice is obviously that public authorities are subject to the law, but also private entities that are performing public functions or entities that are receiving public funding. So actually some legal rulings are really clarifying that in practice. For example, EU rulings under the Aarhus Convention on utilities, so ensuring that private operators actually share environmental information. There's another example of this in the United Kingdom, where companies that deal with water, with energy, are actually required to, they're considered public authorities under environmental information laws. So they're required to also share information. And ideally, there should be direct access by the public to that information, to the information held by those bodies where possible. Which brings me to one of the third challenges, which I think we speak about all the time, not only around environment, but just around the need for more proactive disclosure in general, and also disclosure that is inclusive. So beyond just responding to requests, obviously governments should try and proactively publish as much information as they can. Some countries we see have lists of information or categories that they frequently disclose, but ideally you should also be updating these lists regularly. So for example, here we see that Georgia is a country that has these lists and actually makes a concentrated effort to respond to public needs and public demands of what information they should be disclosing. So what are people asking for that is frequently requested and that we can proactively disclose in the future. Maybe before I end, I would just touch on something that I think is related, and it's been brought up earlier today as well, is the topic of green open data, which is obviously a key opportunity, but there are, of course, still gaps. What we have seen is that green open data, when it's reliable, when it's reusable, can allow equitable access to information for citizens. It can empower civil society, private sector, startups to actually use that data and develop solutions and work as partners with governments. But of course, and it was mentioned in one of the panels earlier, there are challenges still in unlocking the benefits there. Fragmented data sets, or at the worst case, data sets being removed, hidden, etc. Limited disaggregation, low awareness of the fact that that data is available at all, and then a lack of capacity for some actors to actually be able to use the data. At the same time, we've seen some really good practices. I'm almost done. Just to highlight some of the countries that are doing really great work in the area of green open data. So we see some countries introducing national climate portals. So for example, Argentina, Colombia, Australia have these centralized access to open data around the environment. Also things like pollutant release and transfer registers in Honduras, in Brazil. And some countries are also doing great work in producing data visualization tools to make information a bit more user-friendly to people who are not experts. Then lastly, I just mentioned that some countries have government-wide strategies on green open data. Chile and Uruguay, for example, have used the Open Data Charter framework to actually open climate data in particular. And we see other countries like Canada, Colombia, Kenya, that have actually designated climate data sets specifically to be published as open data. And there are some good examples also of citizens being directly involved in that data collection. So what we call, I suppose, citizen science, so ways that citizens themselves can be involved in these processes. I'm thinking, for example, in Tanzania, there was a really interesting water pollution exercise where citizens were actually trained to test the water quality of a local lake. And their results were actually as accurate as those undertaken by actual scientists. Same in Belgium, citizens were asked to do some air quality testing in their own homes and outside their own homes, and that data was then verified and published. So it really helps to increase data availability, but also build public awareness more broadly, and actually encourage, I suppose, a sense of civic ownership and advocacy as well. So I think I'll stop there. I think I've gone over.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing those examples of how different countries, citizens, and governments have used these frameworks to make material progress in the lives of ordinary people and their policies and practices. So, Manuel Castillo, your work focuses on advancing environmental rights, including access to information, public participation, and access to justice in Asia-Pacific region. But you're also actively involved in coordinating initiatives that contribute to biodiversity and sustainability. Now, from this conversation, we have seen that there are two key regional instruments, the Aarhus and yes, the two regional conventions. Are there specific ones for Asia, either in place or coming up to bolster these rights in the region?
Thank you very much, Gilbert, and I echo my appreciation to UNESCO and the government of the Philippines for hosting us today. And I will focus on an upcoming declaration that Dr. Noeleen Uy talked about this morning, which is the ASEAN Declaration on the Right to a Safe, Clean, Healthy, and Sustainable Environment, soon to be adopted by member states at the end of October. And as she mentioned, the government of the Philippines has already endorsed that declaration, and this declaration, unlike Aarhus or Escazú, is not a legally binding instrument. It's a voluntary declaration that really expresses a commitment of the member states in this region. However, there is no mechanism, there is no secretariat to implement this declaration. This declaration builds on the legacy of Aarhus and Escazú in the sense that it addresses the three access rights, the procedural elements of environmental rights, access to information, public participation, access to justice, and including some language related to those who protect and promote the environment. And as we talk about the enabling environment, environmental human rights defenders. In addition to this, the declaration is progressive in the sense that it does address the substantive elements of environmental rights, which include, of course, the right to a clean, healthy environment, a non-toxic environment, clean air, healthy ecosystems like the ocean, for example. Now, this declaration started the drafting process several years ago under the leadership of the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. Because the Declaration on Human Rights in ASEAN from 2012 actually has a very specific article, Article 28F, which talks about the human right to a clean, a safe, clean, and sustainable environment. So basically, the Commission worked under this premise that where there was already agreement and established the ASEAN Environmental Rights Working Group, which developed the first draft declaration. That was several years ago, and now finally we see the declaration that will be adopted. So we're very, very happy about that. Now, I want to highlight a couple of issues that have not been addressed in the morning by other speakers. And one is like we're talking about access to information, and we're qualifying it in the sense that we're talking about accurate information, you know, because there have been different interventions addressing misinformation across. So I think it's important, but also to talk about timely information. When we talk about processes such as the environmental impact assessments, the timely nature of this information is important. We need to highlight issues that are crucial, such as free, prior, and informed consent, and its relationship to the rights of indigenous peoples, and of course linked to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That should not be forgotten when we talk about issues on access to information. And another point is gender-sensitive information. Sometimes there's a lot of bias, or I think that the policies that address access to information, public participation, or access to justice for that matter, are not fully comprehensive because they do not take into account considerable gender-specific issues. And the other point is the language. We're talking about language. I was very happy that Patricia chose to speak in Spanish, because this is a reminder, Patricia, that we process information differently. So having access to information in a language that we understand is just as important. Can a government just release information in a language that a minority understands, but not all necessary stakeholders? So I think that's crucial as well. And there's a great opportunity going forward in the use of artificial intelligence and modern technologies. As we're seeing here, it's the focus of this conference in the digital age to seize these technologies and rely on them to provide easier and expedited access to information. So with this, I'll stop. Thank you, Gilbert.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for those interventions. And Maria Azaz, are you here? Yes. Thank you very much. She's helping with taking record of these discussions. And this is important, especially that we started a bit late and we need, you know, important points captured. So from this round of interventions, we see, you know, the existence of these very important regional instruments, both binding, others not binding, but we also see the important role that they have done in shaping, you know, national policy frameworks and practices. We have noted some of the challenges that have been raised, like lack of awareness, like from the research, limited impact in influencing actual national policies in as far as these rights are concerned. So let me come back to you, Patricia, in view of what has come up from the discussion. Noting this implementation gap, and your work focuses on strengthening and supporting implementation of this framework at the national level, what is the role of committees such as yours in supporting actual implementation and compliance with regional frameworks?
Gracias. El Comité de Apoyo para la Implementación, el Cumplimiento en el Acuerdo de Escazú tiene 8 miembros, 3 son de América del Sur, 2 de Mesoamérica y 2 del Caribe. Podemos recibir comunicaciones del público y también de los estados parte, pero esto se da a partir del 2023, por eso no puedo compartir todavía comunicaciones que ya hayan sido finalizadas. Pero lo que sí me gustaría compartir es que el comité también puede establecer diálogos con los estados, puede a solicitud de un estado visitar ese país, definir una agenda consensuada y con eso apoyar en el tema que sea definido por ese estado. Y en temas de acceso a la información, lo que hemos visto es que el cumplimiento de ese derecho presenta muchos retos para personas y grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad. En primer lugar, en relación con pueblos indígenas, por la necesidad de traducir verbal y escrito en diferentes idiomas, pero también por la brecha que hay de acceso digital, que no todo el mundo tiene acceso a Internet y las plataformas con la información ambiental están en Internet. Esa brecha de acceso digital y además en grupos de personas mayores por falta de acceso técnico a esa información. Y el otro tema que está establecido en el acuerdo para el cumplimiento del derecho de acceso a información se refiere al tema del registro de emisiones y transferencia de contaminantes al aire, al agua, al suelo, al subsuelo, materiales y residuos, RETEC, le decimos en español, solamente muy pocos países lo tienen por diversos motivos. Una razón es por el presupuesto, por el costo de estos registros, pero además por la data, la colección de esa data por parte del sector privado que tiene que ser remitida al registro y estandarizada de acuerdo a eso. Entonces, al menos para compartir estos 2 brechas en acceso a la información que hemos identificado como muy importantes en la región.
Thank you so much. And that brings me to you, Pasay. Patricia raises an important issue of making choices, you know, route A, route B, particularly in Africa where, you know, the countries are resource rich, but investments are needed to bring value on these resources to develop the people and the economies. What should come first?
Difficult question. You know, it's about the old debate of what should come first between human rights and development. And we are seeing that playing itself out again, that at times economic development has to give way to human rights. That's what is happening. I mean, in the region, in the ECOWAS region, which is the economic community of West Africa, as you know, we have the ECOWAS Supplementary Act on Investments of 2008, which requires investors to publish social and environmental impact assessments, and also allows states to seek and make public environmental information from foreign investors available. It's there. In SADC, We also have the SADC protocol on environmental management for sustainable development 2014, the SADC protocol. Are they working? My younger sister that I see, she is not here. This morning from Kenya raised a very important question that, you know, we sit in here, we talk about all these protocols. Do this trickle down to the ordinary people? And they don't, because our governments are usually caught up between big business and sovereign power. And they seem to be hamstrung, actually, in ensuring that these regional instruments trickle down and impact on the daily lives of ordinary people. And on the African continent, this is exacerbated by the fact that there is very little harmonization of legislations across continents. But what is the real issue? And I see you are looking at me, that I should. The fact is, and I'm going to say this, I've said this over and over again, and I'm going to say it ad infinitum until I retire. Access to information laws are not fit for purpose in the digital age. The fact that access to information laws apply to publicly held information and only apply to private bodies that perform a public function or receive public funds, that is outdated. I think ATI laws in the digital age and in the age that we are living with, facing all the problems that we are facing, should apply across the board to all private bodies. Even as we talk about issues of disinformation, misinformation, environmental rights, if we don't change, we don't move from that paradigm, we don't have a paradigm shift on the application of ATI laws, we're going to meet year after year and talk about the same thing.
Thank you so much. Very well observed. Data is important for decision making. Data is wealth, and everyone should have access to data to make important decisions. Let me come to you, Patricia. Based on what is coming up, these gaps between the regional frameworks and the reality on the ground, what is really needed to advance principles of Rio 10 principle globally, including in Asia? I've been flagged to wrap up in 10 minutes, so maybe 1 minute each to respond to the question. Sorry about that, we started a bit late. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you. A frequently asked question to me is why Asia has not seen initiatives like the Earth Convention or the ESCA's agreement until now. This is likely because Asia's vast culture and linguistic diversity from East to Southeast to South Asia makes regional consensus difficult. How can we promote Principle 10 in Asia? The first strategy is to strengthen existing treaty frameworks. In the short term, enhancing access rights within existing sectoral specific treaties is the most feasible path. A good example is a collaboration between the Convention on Biodiversity, Biological Diversity Secretariat and the Earth Convention Secretariat at COP10 in Nagoya, which led to a resolution on GMOs. Such cross-treaty cooperation is replicable in order to sectoral sectors. Second is regional action and legal innovation. I skipped this. Third is empowering civil society. NGO network plays a vital role in both Earth and ESCA's agreement. Asia needs similar coalitions to promote Principle 10. Building a regional NGO platform can amplify voices and foster collaboration across borders.
Thank you so much. Marie, what specific recommendation do you have, to advance this beyond, countries providing information, but really to achieve the intentions the access to information should serve, specifically in respect to environmental information?
Great. I'll try to be 1 minute. I suppose all I wanted to say was just to reiterate, as your question asked, that simply providing environmental information is, of course, not enough. Citizens need to know that that information is available, of course, but they also need to understand its relevance and actually be empowered to act on it and be invited to act on it. So that's why when we talk about access to information at the OECD, it's always within a broader framework of open government. So it's also talking about things like strategic communication around access to information, civic space, of course. You need to be able to safeguard the different actors that are working in this space. Environmental defenders, for example, were mentioned earlier. And also, there needs to be space for consultation and participation. And I think that's something that's actually safeguarded in those different treaties and international agreements as well. It's recognized in our house, in ESCASU, in the Paris Agreement, that citizen consultation and citizen participation are also essential pillars alongside information. So I suppose I would just say why public engagement matters is that the shift towards green economy is going to, or already is, involving very difficult trade-offs, and so people need to really understand why they're being asked for, higher costs or lifestyle changes or whatever else. And as has come up already, it has very differentiated impacts on different groups. And so there are certain groups that are more vulnerable than others. For example, indigenous people have been mentioned already. So involving people in decision-making around access to having the information at hand to allow them to really be active citizens and be involved in policy making is the only way that you will get fair policies, I suppose, strengthen the legitimacy of your decisions, prevent public backlash as well, and actually allow public officials to spot blind spots as well that they might not see. Because we always say that citizens, they may not be experts in certain subjects and they may not be experts in the climate, but they are experts in their own lived experiences and their own lives, and so they can bring really valuable insights as well.
Thank you so much. Manuel, let me come to you on this point. We have heard from Pansy that, these frameworks have actually been used to empower people by way of getting binding decisions on the application. Now, you shared earlier on that, a non-binding declaration is being negotiated. Learning from these experiences and examples, will it have teeth? Will it, be impactful? Considering that when it comes to some of the environmental issues, there are serious contestations, there are serious interests that stand in the way of people accessing information and exercising their right to participation.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in soft law as well, and let us remind ourselves that the Rio Declaration was also soft law. It was just a declaration, and that we see the offsprings and the tangible assets that have materialized in the 3 Rio Conventions later on through ESCASU and Aarhus and the Principle 10. So I think that the Achilles heel is always in the implementation. And so after this declaration is adopted, there's going to be a need for a regional implementation plan, but also for governments to develop their own national and local implementation plans. I think that's something that can really institutionalize and operationalize the elements in that declaration for them to become hard law. Another area, and this is something that we see across the board, is in the judicial systems. You see jurisprudence like what has been mentioned in the morning, important cases, and also what Patsy mentioned, different cases that are relevant. And judges are able to adjudicate sometimes on certain matters, on certain cases, based on soft law elements, and develop their own judicial guidelines. We see, for example, how some courts have developed their own jurisprudence based on elements such as the polluter pays principle of the Rio Declaration, such as the precautionary principle, and these are very useful elements when adjudicating. So I think that still there's a lot of value. And I would also like to highlight in the particular case of environmental human rights offenders, for example, there's what's called SLAPs, or strategic litigation against public participation. So there's also a lot of room for different national jurisdictions to develop anti-SLAP legislation. And that would be another way to really materialize what would be soft law at the very initial stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So very important point that yes, it matters or depends on really what is used with the soft law, but could actually have the same impact as a binding agreement. Time is fast run out. We have 5 minutes, I'm informed. So let me have maybe 2 quick questions, and then I invite the panel to respond and wrap up. Any question? Yes, 1, and then 2 over there.
I am Sophie Dambe from Malawi. A quick one, I'll just read so that I'm quick, if that's acceptable. In one of the challenges from the commissioner from South Africa, or is it the CEO for the Regulatory Authority, you said that Africa has a challenge with the record keeping, if I got you right. I wanted to ask, is it within all of Africa and there is no exceptional? And if there will be an exceptional, what do you have? Is there a key strategy that you're going to roll out to ensure that key challenge is addressed? Thank you.
Sorry, maybe could you repeat the question for the commissioner to hear? Did you say, is it about record keeping?
Yes, record keeping.
Okay, the challenge of record keeping, but in broadly capacity.
See, record keeping, is that what we are talking about? Yeah, I'm looking at my brother there from Sierra Leone because in Africa we have formed the African Network of Information Commissioners. And what we are doing now is to come up with guidelines on record keeping in Africa, because we saw that that's the main problem and our countries do not have a standard on record keeping. So that is a concrete example of what we are doing to address this issue. And I'm looking at him from Sierra Leone, the commissioner, because he spearheaded this on our behalf and UNESCO is funding that project.
Thank you very much. My brother over there, your comment?
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Hans from the Philippines. So here's my question. So in many regional organizations across the world, and especially in the Global South, access to information, particularly environmental information, often receives limited prioritization compared to more immediate political or economic domestic concerns in several countries in the Global South. So my question is, how do member states within these regional organizations make discussions on access to information and environmental information be seen in a way that it becomes something desirable or meaningful to their citizens, just like in the same sense they view their other domestic concerns back home? So, especially in the context where public awareness and demand may be low. Conversely, how do citizens and civil society actors that are advocates of the access to information sustain the call on governments to prioritize transparency and access to information, even when states may not view it as urgent? So just to summarize the overall question, how do we really make the narrative on this discussion be seen in a way that it is in line with these countries' domestic priorities and not a hurdle or a challenge for development?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So I'll now come back to the panel and ask you to make your concluding remarks while reflecting on the 2 questions that have come up. One was the issue of capacity broadly, and then this one of should there be prioritization, and if yes, what should be the criteria? I think it was also the second issue that Pansy talked about, socioeconomic rights and the rest. Please. Let me start from you, Manuel. Concluding remarks and then reflections on the interventions from the audience.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe I'll address the question that Hans asked. And I think that it's important to come to an approach where all information is public unless it's considered private. I think if we switch that paradigm, then we have less room for interpretation on what should not be public or what is not relevant to the public. And I think that's the first approach. And an additional challenge there is that with transboundary issues, and not just talking about national legislation, what the priority is for a country, but when you have things such as air pollution, can the decision of a jurisdiction be absolute when that environmental challenge is impacting another jurisdiction? And so I think that when we have these transboundary issues, then we come to the conclusion that there's need for harmonization, that it's not just about one government to decide what should be prioritized and what should not, but also that we all work on the premise that they're all important issues and that the information should be made public, not only for the citizens of this government, but for citizens in the region. And we see this, for example, in along the Mekong River area, where the issues around pollution and similar challenges are very prominent. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much.
I would maybe respond to the same question. I think, yeah, it's as you mentioned, I suppose, on the domestic front, you of course need strong activists, civil society actors, et cetera, who can really push for reforms and, you know, tell a country that they're seeing XYZ good practices from the country beside them, and it's really, you know, something that is significant and an example that they should follow. I think it's also a bit about convincing public officials that it's useful and helpful for them as well. So it's actually a good thing to work with different partners, and it actually can reduce, I mean, we always come back to proactive disclosure, but it can reduce the burden on you if you're at least publishing this information constantly. I suppose aside from the domestic level, I think the international sphere and conferences like this, these kinds of spaces for exchange are a really good opportunity to place positive peer pressure on countries as well. I think they see others similar to them speaking out and talking about different you know, progress and initiatives that they're undertaking, and this kind of thing can, I think, make sometimes even more of a difference than what's happening on the national front.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to respond also to second question. In Japan, or in general, the legal clause for exception is relatively abstract. Therefore, we have taken the step-by-step approach. If the government has not disclosed the information, and then we have asked, why? Please give us evidence. And partial disclosure is crucial. We have so taken the approach to let disclose a few lines more, and step-by-step approach is sometimes successful in administrative complaint system. For example, I have worked as information commissioner in the past. Then, 60% of complaint was admitted by my commission.
Thank you very much. Yeah, concluding.
I'm going to say two things. As far as the question that was asked, the last question is that in general, the default position taken by governments is to conceal information. So they then, civil society organizations are the ones that have to push to ensure that access to information is made a priority. The second point that I want to make is also a follow-up to what my brother has said, that all information must be made public. Environmental information, I repeat, is held by private bodies. So they must be they must be in the fold, and they must also be made to proactively disclose that information.
Thank you. Patricia, your concluding remark, please.
Well, just to end, I suppose, I think that we have to remind that access to information is a human right. As a human right, you have to be protected, and if you don't, you have the access to justice. And it's only the only way to identify what causes will be prioritized to use the right to access to justice. It's the only way.
Thank you. Thank you very much, panel. In concluding, this has been a very enriching discussion. We have learned that although access to environmental information is really very important, not for its sake, but for the survival of mankind and development of countries, there are challenges in getting that information accessible and usable by people due to various obstacles and challenges. We have also noted the value of regional instruments, very, very important, but yet we have seen also that due to various reasons, lack of awareness, lack of capacity, lack of CSO engagement with these mechanisms, but sometimes also capacity to litigate around these rights or using these mechanisms being a challenge. And the conclusion is that investing in civil society to build effective demand and promoting active usage of these mechanisms is very, very critical. We have also learned that the use of knowledge, evidence, from the two studies that our sisters have talked about there is very, very crucial, and therefore they need to build in research so that this research can inform policy and practice is very, very crucial in this space. And also the need to keep amending and updating national frameworks to be up to date, the digital space, to take into account the changes, the facts that, for example, a lot of information now is held by private bodies is very, very crucial. Now with those, this only becomes the beginning of the conversation, and I hope after this meeting, this conversation is going to continue to influence the new declarations that are coming up, but also implementation and updating of existing ones. So thank you very much, and join me in thanking our panel. Yes, join me as well in thanking UNESCO for making it possible to have this conference. Thank you very much, UNESCO. And also to the government of the Philippines, thank you so, so much for the wonderful host and space in having this conversation. Let me invite the panel for a photo as we conclude. Thank you so, so much. Please join me also in thanking the audience.
Thank you so much, everyone. Let's wait for the other breakout session to join us, and maybe we can go back to our original seats or areas in preparation for panel session 3. Again, may we all go back to our original seats and areas to prepare for the next session, next panel session. Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon once again, everyone. We request everyone to please settle down so we can move on to our next panel discussion. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And with those valuable insights captured, we now move on to our next conversation. Panel discussion 3, which examines how legal frameworks can be adapted to incorporate big data, striking the right balance between openness and privacy, as well as ensuring interoperability and ethical use. Our respected panelists will share their expertise on how these frameworks can support greater access to environmental information while safeguarding rights and responsibilities in the digital age. Now, for this session, please join me in welcoming Ms. Anna Lomtadze. Taking on the role of moderator, she will be guiding the discussion and ensuring a lively and engaging exchange of ideas. Ms. Anna, we now turn over the stage to you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I please invite the panel speakers from Australia, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Kenya to join me here on the floor. Hello, everyone, again. Thank you so much to the Philippine government for hosting this year's IDUAI Global Conference. My name is Anna Lomtadze. I'm in charge of UNESCO's programming on freedom of expression and media development in the regional office of Jakarta. So this will be a very humbling experience for me with speakers from other regions. We have information commissioners, so first in alphabetical order, Ms. Elizabeth Tidd from Australia, Ms. Genevieve Shirley Larty, the Information Commissioner from Ghana, the Ombudsman from the Commission of Administrative Justice, Ms. Charles Tulo, and Mr. Ibrahim Shaw, the Information Commissioner from Sierra Leone. Thank you so much for traveling all the way to the Philippines. I hope you managed to get some good rest. We have to talk about this very complicated, somewhat sensitive topic of incorporating big data into access to information legislation. And we won't spend a lot of time talking about the benefits of data, which are quite obvious in terms of empowering citizens, fostering collaboration, innovation, etc. But we're rather going to focus on all the challenges that surround big data regarding data privacy, the ethics of data collection, algorithmic bias, engagement with the private sector that Ms. Pansy also talked about in the previous session. And we are going to have about 45 minutes of an interactive discussion, and then we'll open the floor for questions. We'll have about 15 minutes for that. And I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Ingrid Monde, who will be the rapporteur for this session. So thank you very much in advance. My first question will go to Mr. Ibrahim Shaw, and this was already mentioned by Ms. Pansy as well. So oftentimes when we talk about big data, of course, it's associated with AI and emerging technologies, and sometimes we forget that the key to ensuring access to quality data and even data accessibility is about record management and having very concrete rules for record management and upholding it. Your office in 2021, I understand, issued this code of practice on record management to provide guidance to Sierra Leone public authorities on how to proactively disclose information, keep records. And now I understand this will be piloted at regional level as well. So could you please tell us more about this code of practice, especially when it comes to the management of electronic records? And in general, in the future, what do you see as the next steps for whether it's your commission or more regionally, enhancing data management to ensure access to quality data sets?
Mike, I don't know. Okay, it's working. Thank you very much. First of all, I would just like to share just a little perspective from Sierra Leone. As you rightly stated, in 2021, we kind of developed a training manual and to provide guidance to public authorities, particularly those working in the records, how to manage public records. Because we realized that public is a big challenge. When we started, the law was adopted, we realized that most of the time, public authorities, not that they will not want to provide access to information, but most of the time it's because they don't keep the records. They don't have proper records of the information. So they struggle a lot. So we have Section 27 of our Act, which provides clearly that it's an obligation for all public authorities to have a records management office or unit. And they are obliged to have at least one record officer, to be keeping records. And if they don't have, when we do monitoring at the end of the year, we will call them to attention to make sure that they have. And also, we developed the training manual as part of because it's provided for Section 27, subsection 2 provides that the Commission shall, after consultation with interested parties, issue and from time to time update a code of practice relating to keeping the records, keeping and managing the records, public records, and also the disposal of records, how long they should keep the records before they dispose of them, and the transfer of records also to public archives. That is clearly captured in our legislation. And so the idea of keeping records, is very key, because what we realize that most of the time is that you cannot hold public authorities to account if they don't keep records, and so that is one area, because it provides guidance to public authorities and to be able to create a kind of framework for keeping, managing, and disposing of their information and records. Complying with this code will help, of course, public authorities to account for their activities, because if they don't keep public records, it's going to be very challenging. For instance, recently in Sierra Leone, there was a problem. A journalist requested for information, the annual report from a private company, which is the FG Gold. They are doing mining, gold mining in the country. But they are regulated by the National Mineral Agency. It's the body that regulates them. But according to the legislation, the Mineral Agency record, the annual reports by these mining companies should be submitted to them before these annual reports are made public. So the journalist requested for the report from the private company, and the private company referred the journalists to this National Mineral Agency. So they were not able to provide the annual report, and that was a big challenge, and they came, the matter was brought to us, and we had to mediate. You can't believe it's only following our intervention that the annual report that captures data about this private company was released. So why was that? Was that because they have public records, but because they don't keep proper records of them, when they are confronted with a request, they struggle to provide the access to that particular information. And this is a very big issue that we are facing with. And why should people keep, and also one other thing that also comes clearly to light is the fact that sometimes they destroy records. We have seen cases, where records are deliberately destroyed, to prevent access. Sometimes you just hear that there has been a fire incident somewhere, and most of the time it's because they want to destroy public records. That's why you hear about, fire coming out. And also, one thing that we realize also, the audit, the national audit, the Auditor General's office, when they conduct auditing in the country, most of the time it's not that public authorities will not be willing to give access to information about financial records. It's most of the time it's because they don't keep the records. Like when they do procurement, they follow even if they follow the procurement procedures, but because they don't keep proper records, when the auditors come at the end of the financial year to do their auditing, these particular institutions, they struggle. And that is a very big challenge. So we realize that records, management of records is a very key development, and at our own level, we decided to develop that, and the training manual, we have been building the capacity of the records officers. Since it was launched, it was validated through the support from UNESCO. I want to take this opportunity to thank UNESCO because they provided support to that work. And it was validated, and since then we have done a lot of capacity building workshops. We have organized a lot of workshops where record officers have been targeted and trained. And recently, when we did some monitoring, we realized that there has been an increase in the number of public authorities now that have now public records officers. Before, there were very few public authorities that have record officers, but now increasingly a lot of them are now recruiting. And as our chairperson at ANIC said just now, I just want to add that at the African level, at the African continental level, thanks to funding from UNESCO also, we have been able to get some funding to develop a training manual for African oversight bodies, to use to be able to support record officers and improve the compliance with records management. And that is something that we are working on. And the consultants have been hired. 2 of them, you have 1 local consultant and 1 international consultant. They have already started the work. And we are hoping that by the time they finish, we will be able to have something, a kind of a guideline, like a model, that will be used across Africa. And just to respond to the question, to add to what Pansy said just now, that we are hoping that when that manual is developed and capacity building workshops are organized, we will have a situation where the environment will improve a lot.
Thank you so much. That's a good reminder also of previous speakers, and I think Guillermo also mentioned that governments by default want to conceal information, but sometimes it's not about like bad will or intent, it's also just about capacity to keep records and have concrete rules and uphold them. So this seems like a very useful initiative indeed, and I imagine that the rules around also keeping electronic records or records of big data sets will keep evolving as the technology evolves as well. I guess it's something to keep in mind. My next question goes to Ms. Genevieve from Ghana. When we talk about incorporating big data into access to information laws, obviously concerns around privacy are often raised. And in Ghana, I understand that the Freedom of Information Act of 2019 must be balanced with the Data Protection Act of 2012. And I was wondering, what is your experience in terms of how do you seek to prevent infringements of individuals' right to privacy, especially when involving sensitive personal information or where security safeguards are not regularly updated or reviewed?
Thank you very much for this question, and I hope I sail through, because I really feel jet-lagged, very exhausted, so I believe I'll be able to sail through the session. But big data in this context of access to information, the challenge itself is balancing openness with the right to privacy. So in Ghana, for instance, this balance is guided by 2 key acts, which you rightly mentioned. We have the RTI Act of 2019 and the Data Protection Law of 2012, beg your pardon. The RTI Act exempts disclosure that would be an unreasonable invasion of privacy. Meanwhile, the Data Protection Act requires lawful, fair, and secure handling of personal data. So to prevent infringements, we need certain safeguards, clear legal exceptions to protect privacy. So when you look in the RTI Act, you realize we have an entire section dedicated to exemptions. When you look at section 5 to 17 of the Act, it talks about the exceptions, the exempt clauses. We can also talk of strong data protection principles in practice, and also technical and institutional safeguards like encryption, anonymization, and then regular reviews. So clearly, the goal is not to choose between transparency and privacy, but to integrate both, which ultimately will build public trust. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really interesting. So not necessarily opposing transparency and privacy, but trying to integrate both in legislation and practice. I imagine that with the development of AI and the increasing power of private entities, it's becoming very difficult to respect individual or uphold data privacy. And with this, I want to move to Australia. I understand that your office has released recently, last year, released 2 sets of guidelines for developing and training generative AI models and deploying commercially available AI products. So first, I wanted to ask you if you could explain what did you seek? What kind of harms or risks did your office seek to address with these guidelines? And then what have you learned in the process of implementation of these guidelines? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really helpful question, but so too are the earlier observations, because those earlier observations go to the issue I wanted to ground my response on, which is that to isolate these comments to a single right probably doesn't do the issue justice. There's a balance to be had. There's the concept of human rights very broadly to be had, particularly in dealing with big data, and also really what has become a big private sector, the mega tech platforms, the mega tech companies that are global. And in that, I think what we can see in terms of the risks and harms are potential challenges to our democratic systems of government in many ways, because big data has the ability to, at its worst potentially, lead to discriminatory practices in terms of service delivery, in terms of pricing. So it's this very broad issue. Now, it could be argued that those practices, those risks already exist in our society, and there's no doubt they do. But what we're doing now is we're handing over individual information to global corporations. We're not handing over that information to government for the delivery of government services. We're handing them over for the delivery of other services, which may be equally as valid, but they're certainly underpinned by a different motive and a different compact and a completely different governance arrangement. So it is increasingly important that we turn to those safeguards. I'll be reasonably quick in pointing out some of the safeguards that risks that we wanted to address in our guidance, because this is a really rich discussion. But we wanted to ensure transparency, so reflecting on privacy by design, APP1. So we wanted to ensure people knew what was occurring with this data and to encourage industry to call that out very clearly. We wanted to address the issue of accuracy, because generative AI, as you know, can have hallucinogenic effects, or hallucinate, I should say. There can be false outcomes that are generated through the use of AI. So we really wanted to ensure that accuracy was inbuilt into the systems of use. And that goes to a couple of other issues, such as collection. Was the collection fair and lawful? was it reasonably necessary to differentiate then between personal and sensitive information and ensure that the correct consents were then provided in that regard? When data was being ingested from third-party platforms, there are additional questions to ask. How was consent obtained in the first instance? And then was that use and disclosure for the primary purpose or a secondary purpose? And if it was that secondary purpose, then was that secondary purpose within the reasonable expectations of the individual who provided that information? So there's this supply chain that we were seeking to inject safeguards on all the way along, and there's bifurcations within that supply chain where additional safeguards have to be put in place. Turning to the second part of your question, I think a challenge is definitely what's reasonably necessary. The secondary use question is very real. And then in terms of consent, the question of opting out is very real, because we know that people don't read the privacy policies. So how do we ensure that these companies actually enable people to have the opportunity to opt out? How many notices should they provide? What does it look like in terms of the pop-up? How long does it sit there? How often are people actually entering the pop-up to make an informed decision? So there come some of the early challenges that we're really thinking about now.
Thank you so much. You're essentially touching also on data literacy for citizens, and we will come back to this question. And I should also mention that UNESCO has recently released an action plan for user empowerment and media literacy embedded within digital platform governance and what that would look like. And indeed, it touches on such concrete questions as like, how long should a pop-up be up, or what does meaningful consent look like for terms and conditions. Thank you so much. I want to move to Kenya, which is a place where utilization of data has increased, and a lot of these private companies have outsourced collection and processing of data at big scale. They've also outsourced content moderation online, and there's a lot of challenges associated with that. I was wondering, based on your experience and the existing legislation, what has engagement with the private sector looked like? And also I'd like to use this opportunity to also ask you about what Ms. Pansy suggested in the previous session, that these access to information laws are in ways outdated because they don't apply in a comprehensive way to private entities that hold most of our data more than governments do. So I'd like to seek your thoughts on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank UNESCO and the Philippines government for organizing this process. Our arrivals and settling was seamless, and it worked like with military precision, so thank you very much. To answer your question, we are in a unique position in Kenya because we have our Access to Information Act, which regulates not only government bodies but the private sector. Unfortunately, most of the private sector players were not aware that under Section 2 of the ATA Act, we could get this information, and I mean, we were to regulate them. So they were not aware, and so through public participation, they have now been made aware, and most of them are happening. But beyond the use of the legislation, we've had two cases. One case which went to court when the Kenya government engaged a private company to collect data and what is now called as the Huduma, the registration. Now, the civil rights Nubian community went to court to challenge the process, and the court held that there is no proper framework to safeguard that data which is being collected by big companies, and because this was going to involve all the citizens being registered, that they needed to have a safeguard to that. The other thing that we have seen coming up from Kenya is basically the Employment Act information that people have been seeking in terms of information. We have also had environmental impact assessment that private companies do undertake, and so some citizens come to ask us for that information, and then we always request the people concerned to give that. One of the challenges that we face is conflict of other laws. Unlike in other countries where the data protection and access to information is resident in one place, for us, access to information is resident at the Commission on Administrative Justice, but there is a Data Protection Act which gives that to the Commissioner of Data Protection. And so there's that conflict, and so sometimes it's very difficult to provide that information. The other thing is that in the private sector, there's lack of internal structures. Unlike the public sector, where the law provides that the public bodies must have access to information officers, in the private sectors, they don't have anybody designated for that. And so when you ask for that information, it becomes very difficult to be able to access it. And then the other thing is also the enforcement gaps, because for the public sector, it's very easy, but for the private sector, it's very difficult to enforce some of the information that we normally ask when people ask for information. I want to finish by highlighting one case. It's not related to the big data, but it's one of the cases which was legislated went all the way to the Supreme Court. It's about the environmental degradation of some slum area in Mombasa, and the people went to court. And in a landmark decision, the informal settlement community were awarded almost $10 million in damages, and the private company that was operating that lead manufacturing product that caused the environment degradation was fined almost about $5 million to make sure that the environment was brought back to book. But then it did not end up there, because even the government agencies which were responsible for licensing, like NEMA, those county governments who gave the license, and the Ministry of National Environment, were found culpable of abdicating their constitutional role. Remember, in Kenya, we have the right to a clean environment at Article 42, and the obligation of the state to ensure that those are provided. So that is a landmark case that I think going forward, using it, it will be able to shape up the way we are using and collecting data, and also it also embedded the public participation into environmental, the processes of environmental impact assessment and things like that. So that's what I will say.
That's a hopeful case. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I realize we don't have that much time left, right? Okay, just a few other questions that I'll throw at the panel, and feel free to volunteer, whoever wants to answer. The first one is about environmental impact of big data. We cannot avoid talking about this, even though it's not perhaps directly in your remit, but we understand that processing large amounts of data require considerable energy, and in many parts of the world, this has led to water shortages, electricity shortages, and there has been considerable activism by local communities against data centers, for example. So I was wondering if you could share, if one of you maybe could share your thoughts on big data's environmental challenge and its effects on local communities in your countries, perhaps. Yes, please.
Okay, so when we talk about big data, we must also acknowledge its environmental costs. Data centers alone consume about 1 to 2% of global electricity, with significant water use and electronic waste, adding to the burden that already exists. In Ghana, for instance, this resonates with our struggle against illegal mining, which we call in our local parlance galamsey. Currently, citizens are calling for a state of emergency, but political leaders believe that we haven't exhausted all remedies to go in for that state of emergency. And this is indeed destroying rivers and forests. Just like Galamsey, unsustainable practices in the digital space can also undermine communities and the environment. But big data can also be part of the solution by helping track illegal mining, monitor water quality, and then map deforestation. So while big data poses environmental challenges, it also offers us the tools for environmental accountability if managed responsibly.
Thank you very much for this balanced perspective, right? I just have two more questions, and I'd like very much to return to this idea of data literacy, because it touches on also how there's a power imbalance, right, increasingly between the private entities, individuals, and governments, and overall the nature of processing and collecting big data is quite opaque for any average citizen. And so I was wondering, how can or do your offices currently support data literacy for citizens to help them also interpret the data that they request effectively, and also to ask for any corrections or deletions possibly about their personal data?
Yes, I wanted to just reflect a bit on the previous question that you raised about environmental data. I think in Sierra Leone, we have a situation where the Meteorological Society, they collect a lot of data about the weather, But the problem is particularly fishing communities, and people who also live in vulnerable communities that live in vulnerable areas, particularly disaster-prone areas. We are trying to encourage them to do a lot of proactive disclosure of data that they have, about weather, like early warnings, because, but the problem is because of illiteracy, the volume of literacy is very large in Sierra Leone. So it means they will have to try and find a way of translating that data so that people, particularly in the vulnerable communities, like slum areas, because if they have access to that data early, they will be able to move from the area to safer places before the disasters, So, and Sierra Leone is very prone to disasters. We've been having a lot of experiences of disasters, so this is something that we are trying to work together with the Meteorological Society and also the Environmental Protection Agency, because the area of proactive disclosure is a bit weak, and we are trying to encourage them to proactively disclose more information and find a way of also breaking down the information for other people who are not necessarily literate to have access to that information as well. About the media literacy thing, recently we have been doing a lot of work, engaging particularly, communities and also schools, trying to educate them about the law, the access to information law. But also, we have the problem is it has not been functional for some time now. We have an open data portal, which has all most of the government-generated data, is available on that portal. But recently we've been having some challenges. But because we have open data centers based in all the districts, in all the regions, and citizens come to those centers to access information. And a lot of the time, the public information officers who are stationed in those offices will help citizens to navigate through the portals, to have access to. So that is one way we are trying to, and sometimes they struggle to understand what is available on the data, and the public information officers will help to even translate.
That's great, in-person support.
To translate it to even the local languages so that the people will understand. you know. So those are some of the developments that have been going on. And it's just that sometimes the funding situation is very challenging because, for instance, it was a World Bank funded project. And you know, these funders, sometimes the priorities change. And when the priorities change, some projects will not continue. And if there is not a sustainable approach to continue those projects, it can be a problem. Because one thing that we wanted to do is to make sure that those centers are open also in districts, not just in regional centers, but also in all the 16 districts in the country. But because of limited funding, we are facing challenges with that. Because assuming that we have those centers located in all districts, it means more and more people in those other districts will have access to information that will not otherwise be accessed by them.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's great. And highlights again this idea that access is not enough. Citizens need support to interpret this data and understand it. Yes, please, did you want to respond?
Yes, I just wanted to say something in terms of the engagement with the civil society, because my experience in Kenya has always been like, when they ask for information, they already know the kind of information they are looking for. And a case in point is they requested us to provide, the Ministry of Blue Economy was to provide the amount of money that was spent in counting fish in the ocean. So that information was availed to the people, and it was very interesting because the CSO are the ones who brought it to us, and we asked the ministry and they were able to provide. But apart from that, there are other challenges in terms of the environment, which is happening now. There's a lot of booming business in terms of building flats in Nairobi, and most of them are being done by the Chinese companies, and a number of local communities around those areas have gone to court to challenge the idea of using building high rises in those areas, and the infrastructure is not expanding in terms of water, in terms of road. And actually the courts have stopped some of those constructions of very tall high-rise buildings because of that. But the most important one, I also think, also in terms of citizen engagement, the public participation is at another level. This happened during the now famous finance bill. The Kenyan citizens use social media to mobilize people to send information. If there's something that they don't want and they have a position for it, they interpret it. In fact, the finance bill was actually interpreted in terms of, translated into local languages, telling people, breaking down to them what it means and how it's going to affect them. So the same activism by the civil society has made it very possible for us in terms of pushing the government to, or the public service bodies to release the information. The only thing that we need now to move is to ensure that private data, in terms, private corporation holding those data should be able to produce the information. But when they come to us, because we know the law and we look at it, we will be able to give it. The only challenge is that there are certain exceptions under Access to Information Act, which talks of commercial interest, contractual confidentialities, and things like that, that some of these corporations can hide under not to be able to give the information. But we encourage them to have, much as you're going to have non-disclosure agreements, but we also say that you need to have proactive disclosure, and at when you are conceptualizing these projects, you should be able to agree, like if it's public involved, then how much the public is going to pay, how much information you're going to release in terms of the contract, and things like that.
I guess the same principle that applies to governments for maximum disclosure in the interest of the public can apply then to the public, private sector as well. I know we have very little time left, so I'd like to open the floor for questions. Oh, I see one from Ms. Pansy already, and then two more in the back, please.
Thank you very much to the panelists. It's not a question, it's a comment. My organization, the Information Regulator, is responsible for both access to information and data protection. And what we see in the daily work that we do is that when people ask for information, then bodies, raise the exception of we can't disclose because it will, compromise personal information. And what I'm saying is that if at all, you have two bodies, as in your cases, all of you, one responsible for data protection, the other one for access, we need to collaborate to ensure that we don't create conflicting jurisprudence. Because if we don't collaborate and work together, we may find that we may come up with a conflicting jurisprudence on these issues. That's a comment that I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Elizabeth has also a comment on this, how to integrate transparency and privacy.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very grateful for that comment because it allows me to inject one very important message here, I think. The power of promoting and preserving the human rights lies in their synergies. So if we look at privacy and access to information, we give an issue, we advance a requirement that's not necessarily so well imposed in the private sector, and that's accountability. And a key concept of accountability is, of course, transparency. But transparency, why? Because of the public interest, to stimulate debate, to allow for scrutiny. And so I think if we have a division between the maintenance of these two rights, you don't necessarily bring together the power of both of them. And I think in looking at it holistically, you can also examine things like data provenance. And if trust in that data set is low, then it should have limited use. So too, if it's sensitive information, then again, its application should be for a limited use. So I think there's real power in considering this holistically, and a number of us come from institutions where an information commissioner might head an institution that oversights both privacy and access to information, and our challenge is to ensure that we preserve both rights and not actually be the sort of divider between those rights.
Thank you so much. Yes, please, Mr. Ibrahim.
It's a very interesting comment. In Sierra Leone, we have a unique situation. The access to information law came first. It was introduced in 2013. Just last year, we celebrated the 10th anniversary. Now, we are in the process of developing almost the tail end of the data protection law. And the good thing is, in Sierra Leone, the thinking of government, after a lot of consultations with civil society, is that it is one authority, the authority that, the Access to Information Authority, that will provide oversight also for the data protection, which I think is good. It's best practice in most countries. And then for us, it's now one bill that is being developed now as I speak. We have consultations that have just been concluded, and anytime from now, the bill is going to go to Parliament, and the name of the commission that I heard now is going to change to Right to Access Information and Data Protection. So immediately that bill goes to Parliament, and we will have we'll have the head among the first among equals, which will be myself, and then you have two commissioners. One will be responsible for access to information, and the other one will be responsible for data protection. And then we'll still have the regional commissioners. But one good thing is that in the access to information law, we have exemption, but we have section 12, subsection 2 provides for the public interest tests to be applied. So in case if releasing the information, the harm in releasing the information outweighs the public good, then definitely it will be weighed, in favor of not releasing the information. So, and then if the public good outweighs the harm in releasing the information, that is what we call redaction. The information will be redacted in such a way that that part of the information that will not necessarily create alarm will be released, and then the information that will create alarm will be, so that is kind of, it's a fine balance, to negotiate. And I think now that the fact that we have now one institution that will be doing that, so negotiating that balance will be much easier, in the case of Sierra Leone. I thank you.
Great. We don't have to see these things in binaries as opposition, right?
Yeah.
Same thing about, I don't know, free speech and innovation, which is often, or economic interest, which is also often opposed. We have to wrap up. Maybe just one more question, because I know there were, or two, and we can, if that's okay, yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm looking at the context of Africa particularly. In the previous panel, we mentioned the challenge of our governments, in most cases their default position being secrecy, lack of transparency. So, but in what we have managed to get from the conversation today is that, big data, access to information are very important elements, whether you look at it from a health sector perspective or environment or education in most cases. And we see that it's very helpful. So when it comes to probably us in the civil society or those in the media that are activists trying to push governments to be transparent, is there any way, probably some of the strategic initiatives that we can use to convince, our governments, because their default is operate from secrecy? So how do we navigate that terrain how do we package it in such a way that it's convincing and move them from their default positions? And also to just ask from information commissioners whether right now, when we're looking at the issue of big data, the role of artificial intelligence and capacity gaps or capacity issues within information commissions, where are we, especially information commissions from Africa? Do we have enough talent within the information commissions to navigate the new changes that come with the digital age? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe we'll collect one more question and then we can do the responses.
Thank you. That was very interesting. And just had a very quick question. While both the right to information and the right to privacy are very important, and data protection in today's age is very important, I think that there is a tension which still needs to be resolved. And the question also comes to, on whom does the balancing responsibility finally vest? Is it on the authority which holds the information or the citizen who's asking for the information? So for example, in India now we have the data protection law, and there are very large data sets which were in the public domain and which are currently, there is a question mark whether they will remain. For example, information on public works, how employment is generated. And till people have granular personal information, it's impossible for them to expose corruption, to expose wrongdoing. Similarly, the electoral data, the voter data, unless information on who's a voter, where do they live, their photograph, all of that is in the public domain, there is a big risk of electoral fraud, which has been highlighted a lot in the country recently. Now the question is that, of course, that also raises questions of privacy, but in balance, I was wondering if there have been any decisions that have been made in any of the countries which have been looking at this, and how on the balance information ought to be provided, because while one doesn't want privacy to be compromised, it is very important to have some of these data sets, these large data sets, in the public domain.
Thank you so much. Maybe let's start with this last question, that sometimes journalists and CSOs do need this granular data to expose corruption or other public interest matters. Whose responsibility is it to hold this balance?
I'll make a first start on what is a really challenging issue. Wonderful question, and I don't know that we will ever fully answer it. But if I take a reference to COVID and what we used in Australia, which was identification of COVID cases, in particular hotspots. And so when it was first commencing, in very small country towns, there might be less than 10 people reported. And so, of course, there was a ready identification in a very small country town. So that becomes the challenge of privacy. I think there is this public interest test that is hardwired into our right to know statutes, into our FOI statutes. So we have to weigh up the benefit of personal and collective outcomes. And at a time of an emergency, which is what COVID was, the balance erred in favour of the public interest in containing this disease, containing this virus. And it was secondary identification. It wasn't a primary identification. To go to the heart of your question, which is really, what does the statute say? I think if you don't start with a permission, if you don't commence with the objects of the Act being in favour of disclosure, with the express view to ensuring that the Act is read towards disclosure of information in the public interest and for particular reasons, you will not even be able to apply the balancing test. So I think the statute at its very heart needs to start from an object which is to promote accountability, to promote transparency, to promote a government that is responsive to its citizens and to encourage a participatory democracy.
Thank you so much. Would you like to take this question? Or
Yes,
yeah, go ahead.
The question about AI, I think that everybody in this room accepts that AI is a great tool, so we need to embrace it. So what we are doing, like from my perspective, is that we train our staff on the issues of artificial intelligence in terms of how to, when they're making a decision on certain information, on what to be released and what not to be released. Coming on to the question of balancing the privacy and the right to information. For us, our ATI Act gives us enforcement powers, and so we can make an order. So what we normally do is that we redact the information on terms of sensitive documents, and then when we have given the order, so the request of the information can actually go to High Court and enforce that order. So that is how we balance between confidentiality and balance and privacy vis-a-vis the public interest to know the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, please go on.
Also, the open, big data. We luckily, when we were trying to review our law and to make sure that both the data protection law bill and the access to information kind of are merged, we were asked to put together some proposed amendments to our law. So one of the things that we did was, to make sure that we include big data among the proposed amendments. So the consultant, in the bill that was circulated and that is subjected to consultations, we realized that it was missing. Well, I've raised it up with the consultant, and we are hoping, because I received some notes from Marius of UNESCO, and which I kind of shared with the drafters, the consultant. And we are hoping that that particular aspect will be captured, And then also for somebody asked a question about if we are, if I think the colleague from India is about the public. Where does the power lie? Is it the public or maybe the regulators or the supplier of information? All I want to say is that in our own context, in Sierra Leone, our law allows, if a member of the public, a requester, is not happy with our decision, they can take us to court. Our decision can be challenged. They can appeal against our decision. And even the supplier of information can also appeal against our decision. For instance, this year, a landmark judgment was passed, which was in our favor. 4 years ago, we fined the Bank of Sierra Leone, for failing to disclose information that was requested by one journalist. And they appealed against our decision, the fine. And that matter took about 4 years, but finally when the judgment was passed, it was in our favor. And now the bank did not appeal again against the decision. What they did was they have now paid the fine. And that has sent a very strong message to other public authorities to say, if the Bank of Sierra Leone, which is a very big institution, cannot escape from our punitive actions, because we all what we did in accordance with our law. So the suppliers, the public authorities, and the members of the public who request information, they can challenge our decision. So, and I think that applies also to some in some jurisdictions. So it is not our decisions cannot be final. They are subject to to be challenged as well.
To due diligence, yeah. Thank you so much for sharing all these experiences and good practices from your respective countries. I believe we have to wrap up now. The speakers will remain in the room if anyone wants to approach them and ask any follow-up questions. Thank you so much, and I'd like to invite you all to a coffee break now, right? And hand it over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our wonderful moderator and
we should
panelists.
also take a photo, yes.
Up next is panel discussion 4, where we turn our attention to UNESCO initiatives for information on climate change. But first, a quick pause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to recharge once again. Let's take a 10-minute coffee break. 10-minute coffee break and enjoy some light refreshments. Do not forget to visit our highlight displays, Cultura booth, Department of Trade and Industry booth, and interactive booth of the 2030 Youth Force PH. Everyone, will see you back here at exactly 4:30 in the afternoon. That's 10 minutes from now. Re-energize for the next session, everyone. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone. You have exactly 1 minute to come back to the plenary hall and get settled in your seats for our next panel discussion. Once again, you have exactly 1 minute to come back to the plenary hall and get settled in your seats once again for our next panel discussion. Thank you. May we request everyone to please come back to the plenary hall for the next discussion. Once again, please come back to the plenary hall for the next discussion. Thank you. yes, you may bring your coffee cups with you. And your pastries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the panel discussion in a few seconds. Please settle down. Take your seats, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, from your very short coffee break. Our next session promises to be another engaging exchange, so please get ready. We now move to a special presentation from UNESCO highlighting new initiatives that respond to today's most urgent environmental challenges. These include the Global Initiative for Information on Climate Change and the Global Roadmap for Information as a Public Good in the face of the environmental crisis. Discussions will also include combating misinformation, promoting integrity of environmental information, and uphold access to information as a true public good for all. This presentation will shed light on how these initiatives can strengthen transparency, accountability, and collective action in the face of the climate crisis. This conversation will be moderated by Ms. Tarja Tursha, Program Specialist at UNESCO, who will guide us through the discussion and ensure a meaningful exchange of perspectives. Ms. Tarja, welcome, and we'll turn over the stage to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues and friends, and I'm really happy that there are still few people in the room as we are in the last hour in between you and your culture evening. So let me call my panelists here. So Mr. Gerson Jimenez from Embassy of Brazil, Councillor, please. Then Ms. Heather Ford from IB, International Panel on the Information Environment, and Professor and Australian Research Council Future Fellow at University of Technology, Sydney. And next one is Ms. Imelda Abano, Program Manager for the Philippines Internews Earth Journalism Network and founding President of Philippine Network of Environmental Journalism. And lastly, Ms. Chevonia Vieira, the Chair of the Timor-Leste Journalist Association and also an online editor for Neon Metin Media. Please welcome. Yes, of course, sorry. And my UNESCO colleague, Anurag Deep, from the Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. So finally, we are all full. So I hope you have already heard about UNESCO's major initiative on information integrity for climate change. So this is the session that we're talking about this project and also the topic which is really important for climate action to have reliable and trustworthy information available. So maybe I'll just give you a little background. This initiative was established together with UNESCO, the UN Secretariat and the government of Brazil in last November in the G20 which took place in Brazil. And now we are heading towards the COP30 in Belém, and so we have really a political momentum at the moment for this initiative. And one key milestone has already been approved or achieved. UNESCO established a fund that is supporting investigative journalism and research on information integrity to understand how this whole ecosystem is working and how this information is disseminated and created and supported. So we received a first 1 million donation, so this session is also about money. So we have this money now, and we have organized a call for proposal, and you can't believe we received over 500 proposals. So you know what our team has been doing during the last month. We're reading really excellent proposals all over the world. And when we calculated the funding requested from these 500 proposals, we reached 59 million. So what does this tell us? It tells us that there is really a willingness and capacity and readiness in the countries and in the communities to take the step on information integrity and resist disinformation. Secondly, it was some sort of a mapping exercise for UNESCO to understand what's going on out there and what are the readinesses and what are the ideas and innovations on this. And we realized that now with the first round of funding, only the few proposals that we have the money for, we know that this is just the beginning. So, so the next point is that we need to have more resources, and now we understand that the current climate funds are not really addressing these issues at all. They are funding other climate-related issues, but not information integrity. So there's really a need for this kind of fund and support. So this is what it's all about, and to tell you something a little bit about the background. So this whole initiative, it was not just in Brazil in November. There's also a roots for it. UNESCO organized the World Press Freedom Day in 2024, so a bit more than a year ago, that focused on these issues, and it came out with kind of a very important document which is a roadmap for information as a public good in the face of environmental crisis. And this roadmap was then brought to the UNESCO's Intergovernmental Council, which we call IPDC. You may have heard about it. It's an international program for the development of communication, which then adopted this document. So we will kick off this late afternoon with the video message from the chair of the IPDC Council, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Chile to UNESCO's IPDC, Raúl Fernández Daza. So this is in Spanish, but we will have the subtitles that you will maybe easily see on the side screen since we are slightly in front of the subtitles, but let us ask the technicians to play the video right now. Thank you.
Es un honor acompañarlos en la celebración del Día Internacional del Acceso Universal a la Información. El tema de este año, garantizar el acceso a la información ambiental en la era digital, se relaciona directamente con el trabajo que estamos promoviendo en el Programa Internacional para el Desarrollo de la Comunicación de la UNESCO. La información ambiental trasciende las fronteras nacionales y se nutre del intercambio global colaborativo, transparente e innovador. Los temas que debatiremos en esta celebración son de gran actualidad, ya que la integración del Big Data y las innovaciones digitales en las leyes de acceso a la información pueden promover la transparencia y fortalecer la resiliencia climática. Más allá de la tecnología, el papel de la sociedad civil y de los medios de comunicación es fundamental para la transparencia ambiental y la lucha contra la desinformación. Asimismo, es fundamental aclarar las barreras para la implementación y también las consideraciones legales y éticas para construir un ecosistema de información sólido, inclusivo, sostenible y accesible. El año pasado, los 38 Estados miembros del Consejo del PIDC acogieron con satisfacción la hoja de ruta mundial para la información como bien común frente a la crisis ambiental. La hoja de ruta describe las responsabilidades compartidas de los gobiernos, las plataformas tecnológicas, los medios de comunicación y la sociedad civil para mantener la transparencia, promover información precisa y combatir la desinformación en la era digital. Cabe destacar que la hoja de ruta acentúa el acceso a la información ambiental como uno de sus pilares fundamentales. Las políticas que promueven la transparencia y el acceso a la información sobre el cambio climático, incluyendo datos gubernamentales e investigación científica, crean las bases para una acción eficaz. La formulación de políticas con base científica también requiere bases de datos ambientales fiables, interoperables y accesibles para empoderar a la ciudadanía y a las partes interesadas a participar activamente en la gobernanza ambiental y el desarrollo sostenible. También quisiera destacar el Informe Mundial de la UNESCO sobre las leyes de acceso a la información, que se presenta periódicamente al Consejo Intergubernamental del PIDC, como el seguimiento oficial de la ONU del indicador 16.10.2 de los ODS. Este análisis, basado en la evidencia, orienta nuestras deliberaciones durante la IDUAI y sirve como herramienta práctica para fortalecer la transparencia, la rendición de cuentas y la participación democrática. 139 Estados miembros de la ONU han adoptado hasta la fecha garantías constitucionales, estatutarias o políticas para el acceso público a la información. Para mejorar la información sobre los ODS 16 Meta 10.2, los Estados miembros podrían considerar la inclusión de una sección dedicada al seguimiento del acceso a la información sobre cuestiones ambientales y el cambio climático. La UNESCO, a través del PIDC, está elaborando un manual de periodismo ambiental. Este manual constituye una contribución concreta a la implementación de la hoja de ruta. Es un curso modelo para educadores de periodismo, así como una guía práctica para periodistas. El manual fortalecerá las capacidades para abordar los desafíos del cambio climático, la desinformación y el uso de la inteligencia artificial. Para complementar estos esfuerzos, el PIDC invierte en acciones comunitarias. Desde 2023 ha financiado 10 proyectos sobre periodismo ambiental y 9 sobre acceso a la información, apoyando a medios de comunicación locales y comunitarios de todo el mundo. desde el fortalecimiento de la resiliencia comunitaria ante el cambio climático en Uganda hasta el avance de la preparación ante desastres en el Caribe. Estas iniciativas traducen los principios globales de acciones locales. Finalmente, quisiera destacar la iniciativa global para la integridad de la información sobre el cambio climático lanzada por la UNESCO, la ONU y Brasil. La iniciativa se basa directamente en la hoja de ruta e incluye un nuevo fondo mundial para apoyar la investigación y el periodismo de investigación en este ámbito. Se trata de un avance oportuno y positivo, que ya cuenta con 7 países miembros, incluido Chile. Como presidente del Consejo del PIDC, los invito a utilizar las hojas de ruta y estos recursos como marco para la interacción con colegas, gobiernos y ciudadanos. Su trabajo es esencial para garantizar que la información ambiental oportuna empodere a todas las partes interesadas para actuar frente al cambio climático. Gracias.
So thank you from online for our ambassador for IPDC. So Brazil has really taken the leadership here. Chairson, could you tell us a little bit about the momentum and the background of this initiative that Brazil is building a momentum?
Ms. Tarja Turcia, dear colleagues in this panel 4, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, we want to thank UNESCO and the Philippine government for organizing this conference in the 10th anniversary of IDUAI under the subject ensuring access to environmental information in the digital age. This topic could be very central to the challenges and commitments embraced by Brazil and the international community. On behalf of Brazil, I would like to present the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change. It was launched, as Turcia mentioned, last year, November, in the G20 Summit in Rio de Janeiro, in partnership with the United Nations and UNESCO. This initiative reflects a priority that Brazil places on information integrity, which has been highlighted by President Lula, and is especially relevant as our country is going to host the COP30 in Belém in November. Reliable, consistent, and accurate information is essential to fighting climate change. Yet, progress towards climate goals is increasingly threatened by disinformation that denies scientific consensus, discredits evidence-based policies, and delays action. We have seen recently, during extreme events, how misinformation hampers governments and societies from protecting lives and preventing disasters. In this context, the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change is an international coalition of states, UN bodies, civil societies, research networks, and other stakeholders. It is co-chaired by Brazil, the UN and UNESCO, and it now includes Chile, Denmark, France, Morocco, Spain, Sweden, the UK, and Uruguay, along with the UNFCCC in its steering committee, supported by the advisory committee, entities, civil society, and research organizations. This initiative aligns with the Global Digit Compact adopted in 2024 Summit of the Future, which calls the UN and governments to assess the impact of disinformation in achieving the SDGs. Its work is organized in 3 main pillars. The first one, which was already mentioned, is the Global Fund for the Information Integrity on Climate Change, which is run by UNESCO and financed by voluntary contributions. Brazil is proud to be the first donor to this initiative, And we would be very happy if other states could also contribute to this important initiative, considering that it's going to finance research on climate disinformation and support international collaboration to defend the right to information, freedom of expression, and effective climate policies. The second pillar is the institutional agenda to guide political coordination, set goals, and propose common action. And its third pillar are the research and campaigns to strengthen information, environment worldwide, and engage civil society and the scientific community. In the context of the COP30, the global initiative launched a call to action, inviting governments, private sector, civil society, and international organizations to join efforts with practical contributions, from evidence gathering and campaign development to sharing tools, methods, and policies. Responses to this call will be featured in the COP30 action agenda, which for the first time, as mentioned in the morning by other speaker, will include the theme of information integrity under Key Objective 30. The Global Fund and the Call to Action complement efforts already undertaken by the Global Initiative Steering Committee and Advisory Committee. By uniting cross-border and cross-section action, we are building a global movement to promote environmental and climate information integrity. We are convinced that this initiative will become a key multilateral platform for strengthening information ecosystems, ensuring that a debate on the greatest challenge of our time, climate change, is based in accurate, consistent, and science-based information. This will engage communities, governments, and businesses in a fair and inclusive transition to a low-carbon economy. On this International Day for Universal Access to Information 2025, Brazil kindly invites the international community to join us in this initiative to make access to environmental information in the digital age a cornerstone of resilience and climate action. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And what is really remarkable here that information integrity is really on the main agenda in Brazil. It's not a side event or panel day before or after. It's at the core in the middle of the event. So that's really a big change. And our work, when we actually coordinating quite a lot between Brazil, UNESCO, and the UN, our work is very much advised by the different studies and research that is coming out. And IPI has recently published research that is very interesting, and I let Heather to share with us the key outcomes, please.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really excited to talk to you today about the systematic review that was done by the IPIE. I'm a member of the International Panel on the Information Environment, and we recently released this systematic review of research that had been done on the threats to information integrity about climate. So this is the wonderful panel, the Scientific Panel on Information Integrity about Climate Science, with scientists and researchers from around the world. We met over the course of just over a year, every month, talking about research that had been peer-reviewed about the climate information integrity crisis. And in the end, we looked at 300 peer-reviewed journal articles from around the world.
and we divided our report into a number of different features that researchers have been looking at when it comes to climate misinformation. So looking at who are the main actors, what are they saying, what are the key messages that they're saying, in which channel, to whom, what are the consequences, and importantly, what are the solutions being proffered and also being evaluated that are really important to understanding this issue. Now, there is a very handy executive summary available for policymakers and other interested folks out there if you want to have a look at it. I'm just going to talk about 3 of the key findings. The first is in relation to the kinds of messages that are being proffered by those who are challenging information integrity about the climate. And that is that we used to have the story about climate denialism, denying the anthropogenic causes of climate change as being a key message of those who are challenging accurate information about the climate. It seems that this denialism is actually being replaced by what we're seeing is called strategic skepticism. And strategic skepticism covers a variety of messages, questioning the relevance, the feasibility, and the effectiveness of potential solutions to the climate crisis. This is really crucial change that we've seen in the literature. The second key finding is that even though all of us are targets of misinformation about climate, what we're seeing in the literature is that policymakers are really becoming key targets of misinformation. Because of their strategic value, they are being increasingly targeted by these actors. Finally, in terms of solutions, we need a lot more research to be done about what solutions work for different contexts and, importantly, at different times. But there is definitely evidence to suggest really important regulation that can be enacted to support information integrity on the one hand, and also important efforts towards public resilience. So on the one hand, the IPIE has suggested in terms of the research that standardized carbon reporting is really crucial, and that this will go a long way to preventing the kind of greenwashing efforts that we're seeing across multiple platforms. This ability to regulate what constitutes greenwashing also needs to be followed by litigation. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest that litigation actually goes a long way towards supporting accurate information about climate. But on the other hand is the really, really important role of science and media literacy. And it's so wonderful to hear on a lot of the panels today and the UNESCO's really great work in this area. We know that science and media literacy doesn't have an immediate effect, but science and media literacy is absolutely crucial to be able to enable information integrity in the long term, and that there is plenty of evidence to suggest different forms of information literacy, whether it's about content, so telling people the types of misinformation that's being proffered, or if it's about tactics, so teaching people about what kinds of tactics are being used by the fossil fuel industry and other actors in order to mislead the public. So those are just some of the findings. I hope that you'll be able to look further at them, and I think that it gives some really clear evidence on ways forward. A lot of the research is saying that what we really need to inculcate is a hopeful attitude towards the solutions for the future.
Thank you. One aspect that I noticed when I was looking at the report is that there was very clearly made a statement that majority of all the research is from the global north. And very little come from the global south, especially from Africa. So one of the aspects that we really highlighted in our call for proposal is that we wanted to welcome a proposal from the global south, and we made it so clear that we received 2/3 of the proposals from the global south. So that was a very good result, and that's the direction we want to continue doing it. And also, you know, promoting other languages than English, because most of the research is in English, but we want to also have other languages, maybe even indigenous languages. So that's the direction we want to go. But I want to continue now with Imelda. How does this research resonate to you, and how do you, in your local work with local communities, amplify the local voices?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me in this conversation, and of course, including media and journalists in the conversation, because as you know, even this morning, I've been hearing a lot of media, how critical it is to involve journalists in the information ecosystem. As we know that local journalists play a really critical role in amplifying community voices, serving, of course, as a trusted conduits of accurate, context-specific information. By reporting from the ground, of course, we help combat mis- and disinformation, ensuring the integrity, of course, of environmental data through localized fact-checking and verification, and highlighting, of course, issues often overlooked by national and global media. So in doing so, we reinforce the role of information as a public good, empowering communities, informing policy, and strengthening collective responses to the environmental crisis. So as we know that local voices really matter, and communities at the climate front lines are first-hand to witness climate change. And local journalists bring content, of course, and credibility, and cultural relevance. And so their stories countering top-down narratives and safeguard information integrity. Another one that I'd like to mention is the fact-check reporting. Combats climate disinformation and denial, as we are always discussing, of course, backed by solid data, investigative pieces. What's important is, of course, to train local journalists in scientific literacy, data verification, and ethical sourcing. And we're always encouraging transparent, inclusive storytelling rooted in community realities. So what's the impact of this? I'd like to highlight that local stories debunk false climate investigations and expose environmental crime and disinformation. We'd like to really ensure and continuously promote climate literacy, collaborative efforts of, or collaborative journalism, storytelling in truthful and local perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can also move to Sevonia to hear from Timor-Leste about your experiences as a journalist, and also working on issues related to climate change. And when we had a discussion before this panel, you told me alarming issues about the gender-based violence related to this topic. So we would be very interested to hear more about that.
So thank you, boa tarde all of you.
So, yeah, we know, as you know, that Timor-Leste is the youngest country that learn more from the other country, like including the Philippines. So, why I want to focus on journalism in this Timor Connect climate change, gender, and community resilience? Because for us, like patriarchy mindset is still dominate in our society. So, the Timor-Leste Journalists Association want to really promote how to the balance gender and gender perspective in terms of about the climate reporting. So before I want to share about what I have done from the Journalists Association, I would like to show the general impact about the climate change in Timor-Leste. So women face higher risks like floods, drought, cyclone, and barriers in terms of land right, decision-making, and carbon balance displacements, with different vulnerabilities. So this is the report come from the Oxfam in Timor-Leste, supported by Oxfam in Australia, doing case study about how the climate change get more affected to the vulnerable groups. And about the resilience practice, the women lead saving groups, like agroforestry, disasters preparedness. So this is the ones, the problems that Timor-Leste in terms of the women groups are facing. The other issues about the finance and policy gaps. It's really have a big discrimination. Like we only have 3% of climate finance in gender focus, but only 0.4% reaches women groups. Insufficient implementation of policy. That's why the all issues like encourage the Journalists Association and the local reporter, like especially for the female journalists, to do more reporting on climate change affected to the women, like as a gender-based violence. So, on journalist reporting, the case study that you face is that women and children walk long distances to find the water, especially in the remote area. So that you publish in the new meeting. Also, we collaborate with the ABC News, Pacific Beat, how to report about the climate change be exacerbating gender-based violence in Timor-Leste. So on these cases, UNESCO in Jakarta really support us, like for Timor-Leste Journalists Association, to give funding support on newsroom climate reporting training on journalism and using the journalist solution and anti-misinformation. So we invite the local community, like a community radio around Timor-Leste, because they are really close to the to community, and also media online alternative that really focus on the value news, that how doing media advocacy in Timor-Leste, how about the climate change, how the vulnerable groups more affected the climate change. And also, we have planning with UNESCO in Jakarta to doing roundtable discussion on establishing protocols and escalation mechanism for critical information access in natural disaster. How we use the protocol using for journalists, especially for the vulnerable groups, and the radio community that really work on local level, how to inform and socialize, doing advocacy about the disaster natural in Timor-Leste. But we have challenges. The first thing is about the limited information or data access from government. We don't have much research on data on climate change, especially about how affected to the women and other marginalized groups, include people with disability. So this is not really support journalists how to do more investigative reporting on collecting data, and also the lack of knowledge from journalists about the climate change, but the climate issue. But UNESCO starting to support us regularly how to encourage and has the capacity of journalists to understand more, to doing deeper story about this issue. But another thing also about the internet connection is really poor. So we're talking about the digital era. Like if you want to check the data, all information in the digital, we need the internet connection. It's more effectively to journalists to, to doing in terms of to counter disinformation, misinformation that spread around in social media, especially in Facebook, that really high in Timor-Leste. Yeah.
Thank you. So let's move from the information production side to information consuming side. So Anurag, you are from the UNESCO's Mahatma Gandhi Institute, and you've been working on the tool, media and information literacy tool, that would provide some solutions. Would you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. Thank you. And I'm in a very interesting situation. Last panel, last speaker. So just bear with me for 2 minutes. I am going to introduce you about a recent initiative by UNESCO around the 2 keywords which we are hearing since morning. First is the digital age, and the second one is the environment information. So there is an online course that UNESCO has developed titled Navigating Climate Information with Media Information Literacy. It's a relatively shorter course, roughly participants takes around 5 hours to complete the course, and currently it's in English. It has 5 modules, and of course the first module talks about the climate information, the basics of media information literacy. Another module talks about what is the impact of misinformation and disinformation. The next one is how to effectively and suitably search about the information, and then how to critically assess the information which you get. There is a very interesting module, the last one, which talks about the climate anxiety and how to take actions. So these are the 5 modules, and and we have implemented this course across multiple countries, and India being one of the major participants are coming from India. There are 3 modes of major steps of implementation. First, the educators take the course. If they find it useful, then they take the course to the students, which may be a college or a school student. And of course, we all would agree that just doing a 5 hours online course is not sufficient. So that's why there is a project aspect where the participant implement the theoretical understanding which one gains after doing the course in a contextualized context of their surrounding. So they do a project, they present the project, and this project presentation is in very interesting format that we have experienced. The participants create a video, does a video with an expert, analyze the misinformation, disinformation around any of the themes which surrounds them, and then present it in the form of a reel or a social media post. And the third part is the showcasing of these projects. So when we created this course, we thought of school students in mind. They were our target population. But what we found is even the professionals are taking this course. And since the platform where this course is hosted, it's a GDPR compliant platform, which means we don't store any personal identification information. So these professionals took the course, tagged us on a LinkedIn with the certificate which gets generated at the end of the course. So that's how we got to know that even this course is being taken by the professionals. So I'm here to invite collaborations from all of you. And if you find this course relevant, then please integrate in your program or the events. Please reach out to me, just collaborate with me. And I know there are 2 important aspects which you must be wondering. First is the language, and the second is the context. We are open to translate this course to other, different languages and also contextualize the course. So what you will find is there is a small flyer which is at the registration desk, and there is a QR code. You can just scan the QR code, and without even creating an account on our platform, you can go through the course content. So if you find it useful, then please do reach out to me or send me a mail. Thank you.
I know we are on the top of the hour, and you are keenly waiting for the culture night, but I'm going to ask a 1-minute reply from a panelist for my follow-up questions, unless the organizers are throwing us out. So this MIL tool is very interesting, but I want to ask you, because often these MIL tools, media and information literacy tools, are targeting young people and schools and so on, students. But what about we as adults? You know, we are as much as risk, and also when we look at the rural communities, what about those language groups whose languages are under-resourced or indigenous, or they just becoming digital? Don't you think that they are also very much at danger? So how do we include these other older generations and other groups?
Thank you, Tarja, for that question. And I do agree that most of the current resources are for school students or youths. So what you are talking about, target population, which is very, very important, which is adult population and the rural community. My suggestion would be to involve them in both the creation and the consumer process. By creation means they have a lot of indigenous knowledge. For example, knowledge about sacred groups, keystone species. So they should be involved in the information creation process, and that's why they will feel connected with the whole thing. And the second part is, whenever we think about such an initiative, there are 3 important aspects: designing, developing, and deploying. So making them involved in the designing and the developing aspect. So getting them involved in that. And deploying is definitely in the digitalist age. We can think about how to transmit the information and the new resources created through the mobile and the different mediums. So that would be my suggestions, to involve them in the creation process.
Very good. So let's go back to journalists and the realities that journalists are facing. Sevonia, could you tell us, as you're working in a journalist association, when the resources are very limited, what practical strategies can journalists and journalist associations adopt especially when there's a cross-border groups, and what kind of solidarity they can develop in order to resist the disinformation that doesn't know any borders?
Yeah, so actually we are really work closely to Aliansi Jurnalis Independent in Indonesia. We collaborating on doing digital literacy in the border. So with to support the local media, especially the community radio, that mostly people listening, because they can fairly listen to everywhere. So this is our main target, that how to support the local media in the border. And also we creating networking between Timor-Leste Journalists Association with the local journalists in West Timor, part of Indonesia, to identify, to verify if we have the misinformation or disinformation in the border, especially about the illegal fishing or destroying the corals, or something that are happening in the border affected to the women and children. Especially, we verify and we update, share information how to support our newsroom to to give the true information in our newsroom. So this is the way how to strengthening the collaboration between West Timor and East Timor in terms of in the border. And also we have a forum discussion between them in West Timor and East Timor to discuss about the what's going on in Indonesia and in Timor, because honestly we don't have official agreement about the marine boundary in Indonesia and Timor. Now it's in processing. So a lot of misinformation is spread. So this is the a good timing for us to to more discuss how to give more the true information for our leaders, our audience in Indonesia and in Timor-Leste. Yeah, we continue to get support from UNESCO, encourage them to about the digital literacy, also digital security, in the border, how to give solidarity if something affects to us, especially for journalists and for the local community in the border. Yeah.
And there's also a lot of capacity building needs, definitely, for journalists. And Imelda, you have been training a lot of journalists in the past. What do you think about the AI at the moment? You know, we all know that the disinformation is now so rapidly 10 times more than normal information. So do you think that the journalists in the Philippines and in the wider Asia-Pacific region are ready for these challenges to face the AI-driven disinformation, such as deepfakes and so? And what can journalists do about this?
That's a good and complex question. But in shorter answer, it's I can say partially, but with significant gaps. As we know, in the Philippines, local journalists are showing signs of adapting, but the pace, resources, and of course the systemic support are sometimes insufficient to fully meet what's needed to confront AI-driven disinformation, because journalists are not only facing or confronting AI-driven disinformation, we are also fighting online harassment, online threats. So I can say that key gaps I just wrote is that training is not yet widespread or deep. Many are pilot programs or workshops or focus on a certain region in the Philippines. They are rural, smaller community media, often lag behind. So what we need is to scale up training in AI tools, cross-sector collaboration, of course with UNESCO, and the number one priority is on resources and of course on funding.
Good, thank you. Let's come back to the global level, Heather. So if you look at beyond the platform regulations and look at the communities of researchers and journalists and civil society, what kind of innovative collaboration they could do to help shift how the digital platforms handle climate information and disinformation?
Before I was a boring academic, I worked in civil society sector in South Africa and open data and the open source movement. And so it will not come as a surprise to hear that some of the really innovative solutions and actions are being taken by really amazing alliances between civil society, research, and journalists. And just two to mention here, one is Tactical Tech, which is a nonprofit organization based in Europe, and they've just released a really wonderful report called a Replaybook. And Replaybook is the result of civil society organizations around the world, including Witness and others, getting together to talk about technology, how to critique it, how to suggest and produce alternatives, which is really crucial when we're talking about information integrity. And the other is how to mitigate against disinformation. So what are the tactics that are being used successfully in certain places? And the other wonderful example is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is something that I've studied for about 15 years and never ceases to amaze me. And I think Wikipedia really shows us, even though there are problems, and some of my research is to work out under which conditions does Wikipedia really work well and thrive, and when does it not work as well. But Wikipedia shows for me that we can have organizations individuals working towards relatively accurate information, very timely, about the environment and other issues that are important to people, and that we can do that relatively sustainably.
Good, thank you. So to close the circle here, we come back to Brazil and the leadership of countries, and Brazil has really shown a very strong leadership here. So, Harrison, what is your opinion? How can national leaderships in other countries ensure that all these international climate commitments are not only negotiated at the diplomatic level, but that they also translated to transparent, reliable, and accessible information in the country levels, and they're really implemented for the benefit of the people?
Very pertinent question. I'll try to pinpoint 3 elements. The first one, national leaderships must ensure that those climate commitments made in COP30 and other climate forums don't remain only in the diplomatic level, but become transparent, reliable, and accessible information to all citizens. And this starts by embedding information integrity into national climate governance, treating accurate environmental information as a human right. Governments should publish periodical emissions data, adaptation plans, and financing in an open, standardized format, and communicate clearly and rapidly during climate-related emergencies to build public trust. The second element, national leaders also need to invest in stronger information ecosystems. National funds, as well as international funds, as the Global Fund for Information Integrity, can support research on climate disinformation, public education, and communication strategies. Besides the funds, partnerships with UN agencies, civil society, and academia can turn complex commitment into more simple, plain language campaigns and tools. Supporting independent journalism and fact-checking networks also help ensure that negotiations are translated into accessible and trustworthy reporting. Finally, leaders must link national global negotiations into citizen engagement at home. And COP30 offers a single chance to launch national calls to action, inviting not only governments, national governments, but also local governments, private sector, youth, NGOs, to co-design outreach around climate pledges. Regular, transparent progress reports and open feedbacks create loops and also strengthen citizens' experience to inform future positions. And it's interesting this aspect that last week you had the UN High-Level Week, and during the Climate Summit, we had a very interesting progress because you know that countries, they should update the national contributed determinations into the UNFCCC. And before last week, around 30 countries had updated their pledges. And during the summit, which was a personal effort from the UN Secretary General, and is also with the support of President Lula, the number of countries increased to 100. We know it's not enough, but as long as we have more countries engaging this process, the more are the chances that we have more commitments, and so that we make COP30 not only a conference for pledges, but also an implementation conference. So combining these 3 elements, open data, robust information ecosystems, and active public engagement, we can transform international commitments into social shared obligations within each country. Thank you.
Very good, and I hope everyone brings this message back to their countries. So I have seen already the yellow card, but there may be a small possibility for any questions if there are anyone who has questions. I can see there. Yeah, please. And please say your name and where you're from.
My name is Isak Manar from South Africa. I would like to comment on the very last input made, particularly also the role that Brazil played as G20 presidency and the way that they've put information integrity and climate change on the international agenda. So as you know, South Africa is currently the G20 presidency. Unfortunately, South Africa did not take that baton from Brazil. So a couple of organizations, the South African National Editors Forum, Media Monitoring Africa, and about 20 organizations from around the world, Global South, around the continent, started with a project called the M20, media20.org, to focus on information integrity, media viability, and journalism as a public good. We had a summit a month or so ago, well, exactly a month ago, where we got input from some of the best brains around the world to come up with a declaration that you will find on that same website, where we ask the following of heads of state to include in their G20 leadership statement in November the following on climate crisis and information integrity, that they recognize the importance of access to free, effective, understandable, accessible information and from pluralistic information sources on climate change and environmental issues. And secondly, the need to bolster efforts to ensure the safety of environmental journalists, access to scientific and evidence-based information online, and to address the root causes of climate disinformation and climate change denialism. So this is just 2 paragraphs of a 10-page declaration on the issues around media viability, information integrity, journalism as a public good, that you can find on media20.org. So far, about 60 organizations from around the world have endorsed this, and we would encourage anybody to also consider endorsing it. You can just speak to me if you want to do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to comment on that? Yes.
Thank you so much. This statement is very welcome, as the Brazilian priorities for COP30 are very clear. The first one is to strengthen multilateralism in times of divide and times of polarization. And climate change is the most concrete example that without multilateralism, we go nowhere. So without concerted efforts, we will not be able to reach the climate goals together. And also, the second priority of the Brazilian presidency is to translate these negotiations and climate changes into the languages of people, so people can understand, so we can build public trust, and they can be part of the process. That's why during COP30, there will be a big space for civil society, for academia, for journalists, for indigenous peoples, indigenous leaders, to raise your voices and concerns so that they can be reflected in the different documents to be produced throughout the conference. The Brazilian government even suggested for the countries that have indigenous peoples to include those leaders into their national delegations. Why? Because they are the guardians of the forests, and for the first time, you have a copy within a forest, the Amazon forest. So this is very symbolic. It's very important to have the voices of the most affected people into the negotiation table. And also for the third priority, we want to involve all to be able to fulfill with the Paris Agreement. We mentioned earlier that also this year marks the 10 years of the climate agreement, the Paris Climate Agreement. It was very important and instrumental for the launching the national determined contributions targets from each countries. But now, after 10 years, maybe it's time to move on. It's time to progress, not only in terms of updating those NDCs, but also into implement them in their national levels. So in other words, those suggestions made to the government of South Africa, which took the helm of the G20, where the Global Alliance for Information Integrity on Climate Change was launched. It's a very good way to have those concerns reflected also in this other multilateral level. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw there was another gentleman here, a very quick one. Let's see.
Yeah.
How many? Very short, please.
Yes, Stephen from Ghana. Quick one to the Philippines on the issue of online misinformation and dissemination of information. I do realize that, for instance, Meta does have some regulatory policies that are nationally bound, so they can allow the country to decide on what information is classified as misinformation or disinformation. How do you go about it, particularly in Philippines? Because you did speak about this earlier on.
For journalists, when we gather stories, we usually go to the agencies using the freedom of information. We ask information from them and wait for how many days just to get and have access to that information so that it is more credible, solid backed data and information. And apart from that, we also, of course, go to researchers, experts, and sift through peer-reviewed researches of scientists, especially in terms of environment or climate change issues. Thank you.
Good, thank you. There is one more question. Yes.
I just wanted to share a piece of information. There was reference made to environmental journalism. I think the first presenter made reference to it. I just wanted to say that there is, and I think there were some references also to that. I just wanted to say that there is a compendium, curriculum model developed by UNESCO in 2013, and there is one of the modules in that particular compendium is environmental journalism. So, and I'm sure it's available on the UNESCO website. I was opportune to also contribute a module to that particular compendium on humanitarian journalism. So, for those who will be interested, probably, to make reference to that document, it's available online. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was good information. I think we are done with the questions. So I think it was a very interesting panel. We really learned that climate action cannot happen without information integrity, and that we face threats that are constantly evolving, and we have to be vigilant and find better solutions and continue finding solutions, stronger accountability measures, litigation against greenwashing, and empower young people and adults with tools. So the education is on the front line, and the journalists are on the front line. So journalists are not only storytellers, but they are also guardians of credible and trustful information. So let's say that information integrity is central for the solution. So please join me thanking for the panel.
Thank you so much to our moderator and panelists for that cohesive and valuable discussion. What a fantastic first day we've had. We've unpacked big ideas and shared powerful insights, but now it's time to relax a little. But don't go too far. The celebration continues tonight at 7 p.m. Please join us for dinner in our cultural night. Everybody is invited, where you'll experience the sights, sounds, and tastes of the Philippines. Don't miss it. It's going to be a memorable evening. And again, if you're planning to share anything about today's celebration on your social media accounts, don't forget to use our official event hashtags. Hashtag 2025 IDUAI, hashtag environmental information, hashtag right to know, hashtag access to info day. And to our online participants, see you tomorrow for day 2 of IDUAI 2025. And for our on-site participants, we look forward to seeing you later tonight at our cultural night. Before we officially close, here are a few reminders for day 2 happening tomorrow, September 30. Registration is at 8 a.m. Program proper is at 9 a.m. For those who are not billeted at the Hilton Hotel, your vehicles will pick you up tomorrow at 7:30 a.m., so please be ready on time. If you need to return to your hotel before the cultural night, kindly inform the FOI Secretariat so we can make the proper arrangements. For our cultural tour tomorrow, for registered participants only, kindly bring necessary personal items only for your comfort during the tour. Now, we will be having our official photo tomorrow to capture our 2025 IDUAI celebration. So please come in your best behavior. I mean, in your best outfit for the photo. Also, if you need to freshen up or touch up or change, make sure that you are back here at the plenary hall for our cultural night at exactly 7 o'clock. For those who have their translator devices, before exiting the plenary hall for day 1, please leave your devices with our ushers or on your seats. They will be collecting them before you exit the venue. And please refrain from leaving your belongings in the plenary hall. We advise you highly, or encourage you, to please bring your belongings with you when you exit the plenary hall at this time. Once again, see you guys at 7 p.m. for our culture night. Have a great rest. Thank you.